Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if badass Izuku fell in love with Mina? This story is name change by BeConFuzzled writer. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. A bead of sweat fell from his chin as Midoriya Izuku walked up to the desk, paper in hand. The clerk stamped the paper, asking him to wait for a few minutes. This was a normal thing to do in such careers. Changing names was nothing new in the world. Some people did it for a new start, to draw a gap between the old life, wanting to start anew. However, that's not the case when one changed their alias at the Heroes Commission's office. Dust seemed to be the only company he had sitting down. The scent of lemon spoke of the cleaning crew's diligence, yet only brought silence, noticed by the clerk. Alone with the boy, fluttered eyes locked on with a flashed smile, making him comb his green hair whilst he politely declined. His sweat glands never knew a vacation in years past. It had become oddly rewarding when women showed interest. At 24 years of age, that was to be the proper response, but nervousness still hung as emotions swirled inside. Being recognized as a licensed hero brought expectations. The biggest concern had been rankings. If anyone was to reach number 1 in Japan in the next poll results, Midoriya counted himself a contender. With all the virtues and vices that followed. Appearing the news days ago had his mother calling, yelling pride and joy through her bursting tears. She had been brought to such tears of joy neighbors had been checking in to ensure she did not dehydrate. It was funny, in its own way, eliciting a smile from the boy. Once this was over, a house call was in order with whatever presents he could find along the way. It had been a long road to the present, with no shortage of medical emergencies for both parent and child, but that was now the past. And the present became a gift as a familiar voice hooked him back to earth. Madori, standing across with a waving hand, pink-colored the room as a former classmate stepped back. Attractive was the word that came to mind with matching pink-haired and small curved yellow horns coming out. Black sclera with yellow iris stared into his green eyes, instantly recognizing the only girl he knew with such a flashy appearance. Mina Ashido. No conversation or words, just energetic giggles, and the girl danced around into a neighboring seat. Her Cheshire smile never faltered. "So how have you been?" she asked. "Good," Midoriya said with a small smile, scratching his chin. Seeing his former classmate was a welcome surprise. Taking a deep breath, his body finally started to relax. "I'd say more than all right with that body." Mina ribbed the boy with an playful elbow. It did not hurt, but he rubbed the spot anyway. "I saw your new costume. You're really starting to get ahead in the polls." "Why yeah. That's also why I'm here. With the new costume, I needed a new name." Leaning back, memories flowed. With green hair and eyes, the color was a natural pick with streaks of white lining some areas. But gone were the days in the baggy costume. While days were needed to get used to the new suit riding up in place never known, the resulting popularity surge came. Of course, showing off muscles so well toned, you could cut stone with them. How could people not notice? Now he just needed the new alias. For all his strength and deeds, Deku still meant useless. Famed as a key figure in the All-for-One War, the name only held meaning from him. Among the citizens, a hero's name need to instill something or be a symbol, and saying that useless saved you was more of a meme on the internet. "So how are you doing?" Mina leaned in, fluttering her eyes almost like speaking in Morse code. "It feels like forever since I last saw you." "Why yeah," Midoriya chuckled. Wandering eyes tried to break contact. Eye-locking felt like spotlight surprising him on an impromptu stage, with every camera in the world judging. "I see you change costumes too," he said. In their school days, Mina was as flamboyant as ever, sticking out with white mask, psychedelics, sleeveless bodysuit, and tan-colored waistcoat. But that was a teenage Ashido. The adult body before him had a sleeveless coat down to her legs, furry bands on her arms, a collared bodysuit of more diverse psychedelia colors that drew the boy in, particularly where the diamond cuts showed off. "Like what you see?" Mina asked a tomato-faced Izuku. Her eyes narrowed onto the boy through the white masking crown, leaning her head to the side. One thing that did not change. She still loved to show off. "I can't blame you. Even I have to stop in front of the mirror sometimes." "Do you do that?" Midoriya could not answer through the blood rushing around his cheeks. Shutting his mouth, little squeaks messed up his voice, entertaining the now laughing girl next to him. So, what are y'all up to, Madori? Mina asked through her laughter. Simple question, but there were so many ways to answer. To Izuku, investing his life as a licensed hero meant more than just stopping the villain or being sure to act more than just a glorified super cop. From helping a cat out of a tree to stopping a man with the power to lift cars with his mind, day-to-day life was full of variety. But that did not include hassles like the media hounding him with fans following. Oh, you know, just basic hero stuff. Changing my alias mostly. I think the internet can speak on that, Izuku replied. You too. Pinky just sounds weird to a lot of people. It's just the color of my skin, and everyone's commenting on it. Mina sighed at the last part, slouching in her seat. I mean, I'm changing it back to Alien Queen. It was cooler before anyway. Yeah, Izuku chuckled as his friend continued her rant. I mean, we're not the only one either. You remember Bakugo's long name, right? Well, not only does he have to shorten it, but come on. Who goes around with murder in their name yelling loud that they're explosions? I mean, he still hasn't really changed it. Izuku's amused diminished as that name came across. Compared to the classmates, Bakugo, a childhood friend turned bully, pulled mixed dread and exhaustion from his heart. A help in the war, his reputation as a violent storm at sea, with comments and responses becoming dangerously concerning. Born with the power to cause explosions and pride that no one could rival, he graduated with aims to be the best, the #1 ranked hero in Japan. However, incredible power and drive were not enough, unable to even be seen in the top 10 ranks. But that was too much to unpack. I don't really talk to him, Midoriya responded in a low tone. Mina blinked, knowing she stepped on a landmine. Good thing it wasn't exploding, because the green-hair boy just sighed and stared off into space. Obviously that was a sore subject, but sorry about that. I know things had been bad in the beginning, but it's fine. I didn't mean to bring up stuff like that. I was just gonna say how he still has a long way to go. Speaking of long ways to go, Todoroki is doing good. Mina opened her social media page, Flex, on her phone and opened the of their former classmate, Shoto Todoroki. I mean, after everything that happened with Endeavor, people are really turning around, cheering him on. It's so cool. I heard, Izuku said with a small smile. People have stopped vandalizing his father's home. Yeah, I didn't know about that part. Midoriya was silent. I came along with him to visit Endeavor once. People have a lot to say. Yup. A lot of guys go for fame. Mina winced, as did Izuku. You can't be a glory hound these days, not after the war. The two laughed. Can't be a glory hound was an understatement. What used to be heroes hailed for their good deeds was now under intense scrutiny, not by the government or the Heroes Association, but by citizens on the internet. Madori, are you all right? Mina asked, slightly unnerved by the loud sigh coming from the green boy. I'm fine, Izuku replied as he calmed down. I just haven't been able to laugh for a while. Odd, you always smile on TV. Mina poked his cheek, widening her grin along with her friend. Yeah, but I make sure everyone feels safe. Things have been so busy, too busy. This was the first chance I got to change my hero name. So, what are you changing your name to? Mina leaned in with a smirk. Izuku flashed a faint smile, the kind that held distance like you were looking at a stranger across the city. It disappeared as quickly as it came as the hero scratched his head. Mina watched as he was silent, dropping her smirk as she felt a stone drop in her stomach. Or at least, that's what she felt. Madori, it's not that the name doesn't have meaning, but after a while, I wanted something that defined, that is, me. You know what I mean, right? Izuku's voice was solemn and uncertain. He recalled various comments from news articles his mother would show during his visits. Oh yeah, first thing I'm doing is changing my Flex name. No more color. Pink, just Queen of the Stars. What's your tag? Are you on Flex? Actually, I was thinking about how I move forward and decided on Zenshin. What do you think? Sounds pretty cool, but I gotta ask, why didn't you do that before? Change your name back in UA. Well, back then, Ochako said. Midoriya blushed as he scratched his face in embarrassment. He noticed Mina lean in with a somber expression. You two would have been cute together, Mina darkly said. Despite the shipper in front of him, Izuku sighed as he punched his nose. Pushing the girl's face away, he took a moment to collect himself before speaking. Mina, you do realize everyone was pushing us together, right? It was exhausting. We couldn't even talk without you guys peeping around the corner. Midoriya looked Mina square in the eye, chastising her. But, it was suffocating. I mean, if you let us be, then maybe, but having everyone push for us was tiresome. Mina couldn't say anything to defend herself. The boy was dead right, recalling tales like how they all went to the mall one time and someone commented on him and Ochako. The girl could still remember in vivid pictures how everyone acted, and even had them sit together when they went to get something to eat. Sometimes these devices were spearheaded by the pink girl. Sorry about that, I guess we were just trying to get you guys, well. Ochako and I are still friends, but we didn't want to go out if it meant having everyone pushing us. Mina was silent. We do call each other though. She's doing fine. Actually found someone she likes too. Midoriya smiled, not a sad one or a jealous grin, but a real smile. He was honestly happy for his best friend. He sounds like a great guy, but she won't tell me his name for some reason. I guess she wants to make it a surprise. Mina wore a mischievous smile, something the boy noticed. You know something, don't you? I'm not saying a word. Mina got out her phone, opened her messages, and texted something. She snuck a glance at Midoriya before sending something. But let's just say you'll be surprised when you meet him, one day. Izuku sighed, just wanting to relax a bit. He looked at his own phone, unlocking and opening up the photos as he and the pink girl passed the time. He looked over many photos, from his recent heroic exploits to those of his friends. Then the pictures of high school came, flooding many memories, both good and bad, back. He saw old classmates and teachers, and even the principal in one too. I heard Aizawa quit teaching, Midoriya said offhand. Really? I didn't think he was serious when he said about teaching one more year than quitting, Mina sulked, having different memories. He was sneaky like that, like when he had remedial lessons during the school trip on our first year. Yeah, but we had a villain attack. So, I still wanted a romantic journey in the quest of courage. Mina puffed her cheeks in anger. If you wanna teach, then teach, but don't go into the way of a girl's romance. Midoriya looked at her with a nervous face, not fully sympathizing with her. That moment in their lives was a bit chaotic and could have gone better, among other things. Izuku stared at his former classmate as she went back to her phone. Despite graduation, Mina was still as fun-loving back in the day, and that made him wonder about their school days. He never said much to her, though he barely made attempts to initiate conversation when heroes weren't involved. He looked over her body, recalling how exotic her quirk made her, realizing how Alien Queen was a more fitting name. The little girl back then had grown into a beautiful person, and with her pink skin and yellow horns, she looked exotic. Mina paused as she slowly turned towards Izuku. Exotic? Mina asked, turning her face red. Midoriya did the same as he now realized he had said that last part out loud. It was an honest slip of the tongue, but his was too tied up to say anything properly. He began muttering gibberish in attempts to defend himself, but all that did was give the girl another laughing fit. I'm sorry, but you thought I was exotic, Mina said between her laughs. You never said anything, she gasped as a thought came to mind and got up. She turned around and leaned over the boy, with a big smile. Did you think I was pretty? You always were pretty. Mina gave a sly smile, making him blush. I mean that you looked, your appearance is. As the hero stuttered like a boy, Mina could not help snorting at the predicaments she had not known much about her former classmate. For some reason, she barely approached him, but it was entertaining to see the person most expected to take the place of number one hero acting like he has never talked to a girl before. It was not long before she burst out laughing, returning to her seat. Well now, it seems Mr. I want to be number one still can't talk to girls, Mina teased. She rolled back laughing, almost hitting her head on the wall. Can you even talk to Ochako as a friend? Hey, I talked to her, yeah, but when was the last time you took a girl out? Izuku glared at the pink girl, who was still laughing at him. He had come a long way and was reaching his dreams and goals, and could take being laughed at like that. But that was also adding to the problem as the pink girl's words sank in. Being a top hero meant a lot of fans, with many girls and women swooning after him. The boy's face blushed the countless times he was swarmed by beautiful girls, with the biggest contender being the time he saved everyone at the beach from encephalopod gang. Izuku blushed as he recalled the many women in bikinis and the like, all very grateful for his presence and more. Looks like someone is thinking of something juicy, Mina teased, noticing how the boy had been quiet. She giggled as Midoriya gulped loudly yet tried to speak through a dry mouth. I guess you're thirsty, huh? The blush on Izuku's face spread across his face. Any more expansion and people could assume he had a quirk that turned his body red. All this served to fuel Mina's laughing fit. Truth be told, he didn't want to say that despite all the fangirls, not to mention the fan clubs, he never had a date before. Focusing on becoming a hero was rough, but took too much time. Now this is hilarious. The great hero, Zenshin, hasn't been on a date. Mine lowered her voice at the last part before whispering into the boy's ear. Don't worry, Midori, I won't tell anyone. I know how bad the press would use that info. Promise. Izuku paused at the smiling girl, thankful for her honesty. Thank you, Mina, he said in awe, staring into the girl's eyes. Mina blushed at her first name being used, but more so at the fact the two were staring at each other. Her heart was now dancing, with certain emotion rising. She didn't know what to say, and honestly wasn't sure if following on them was a good idea. See something you like? Mina asked. The instant she said that Izuku's head became red. She went back to her laughing fit, only taking a brief pause to stare at the boy before snorting and going back to laughing out loud. She didn't calm down until the receptionist came out to tell her she was being loud. Izuku sat up straight and turned to the girl abruptly. Something in that stare stirred him, and he wasn't going to let it go. You think I can't ask a girl out? Midoriya grabbed the girl by the shoulders and looked her square in the eye. Then, how about you and I go out? Mina shouted, now excited in a different manner. It was now her turn to blush as she listened. Why yeah, I know a place. We can eat and catch up. How does that sound? The famous hero wore a confident smile as he stared. It held some nervousness, but it got the message across. Mina could not help blushing brighter at the invitation, wondering whether or not she should accept. Her mind was racing with possible outcomes. But after staring at the boy for a while, she calmed down and smiled. All right, Mina finally replied. You got a date. The two nodded in agreement, blushing madly, but the date was on hold as they heard that their hero-ids were now ready. As they left with their new ID cards, they quickly made sure they had each other's numbers, planning to go through with things. Okay, I'll text you when I got some free time. You do the same, all right? Mina asked. You got it. Izuku smiled, waving a hand. I'll see you later, Alien Queen. You'll be seeing me on the front page, Zenshin. Mina winked. Just you wait, I'll be making it to the top 10 before you know it. The heroes gave one last look at each other. The world seemed far away as they blushed, waiting for the coming date. It would not be until later they realized what they agreed to, but neither backed down, feeling a spark coursing through their bodies. And when the day came, they would meet with a smile with tales and stories of their lives. But the downside of being a hero, especially if you're expecting to reach the top rank, the paparazzi will hound you. And it was not long before the news circulated the picture of Zenshin and Alien Queen at a restaurant and the comments flowed from every corner of the internet. Japanese subterranean dance clubs, a place of refuge for Japan's most eccentric citizens. They always ran smoothly, letting certain personnel in or out, maintaining the appearance of a legitimate business, when most of its patrons were hiding from the law, one way or another. From common thugs to gangsters and even some supervillains, these were the places to find them. Or at least alleged. Inside, music was blasted as flashing lights painted the walls on a dance floor. Quirks, superpowers, of all kinds could be found here, from having an iron stomach, figuratively and literally, to owning animal characteristics to being able to bend the elements. Trying to guess quirks could be like opening up a bag of every flavored beans. The heroine Earjack had been a regular in this establishment for years, maintaining a covert identity. Typically, Places like this could be too much for her enhanced hearing to properly eavesdrop on anyone, but that was starting to change thanks to an experimental gadget. "You seem to be enjoying yourself," Earjack said to Alien Queen, who had ordered a third drink. "You said blend in, so that's what I'm doing. You can't tell me that someone partying is out of the ordinary." Mina was having the time of her life. She grabbed her glass and pushed it against her friend's face. "Come on, Gikyoku, order something. Trust me, people are already looking at the cutest girls in the club." She leaned into her friend's ear. "If you don't have a drink, we could draw suspicion. And after the last few arrests, we need to act the part they want to see." Earjack, Kyoka Jiro, was right now undercover under the name Gikyoku, nodding at her friend's suggestion. The girl glanced at the looks they were getting, well, the ones mostly staring at Mina. Kyoka, a classmate from UA, had never been the tallest girl, but she was always someone to take charge. She was not stacked but slender with her petite figure. Her purple hair went past her chin, hidden in all the lights. Inside her leather jacket, the girl hid her extended earlobe headphone jacks, her quirk. Her punkish outfit with a white sweatshirt and jean pants was adorned with tastefully placed spikes and colorful wristbands. The pink girl was also in disguise, donning a blue tank top with the word "Sweet Girl" engrafted in a leopard print with a beige hooded jacket, covering her horns. Jean hot pants with red boots completed the outfit, giving a very flashy appearance that many found sexy. Despite the three she ordered, Mina had received gift from other customers. She had to turn them down for work, but she tried to act playful about it. Despite her pink skin and hair, the dance lights camouflaged her with a tint rainbow. The girl was barely recognized with her hood hiding her horns, one of the reasons she liked coming to dance clubs. A place of refuge from life as a hero, punching out villains while getting away from too much of the press. Some alcohol accompanying her undercover team-up was just what she needed. It was always felt good being a hero, and even if she was technically off the clock, she'd still help out a friend like Jiro. And though they were working, that didn't mean the conversation was a single topic. "So in the news, Zenshin and Alien Queen have been pictured together a lot," Jiro commented offhand. Mina almost spat out the last gulp of her drink as she blushed. The hearing hero gave a sly smirk as she glanced over her shoulder. "Anything you'd like to share?" Mina swished the drink in her mouth, cupping her hands on her cheeks as she glanced at her friend. Jiro's smirk widened by a bunch, making the girl feel uneasy. But the girl was not going to let her friend get the better of her. Gulping the beverage, she gave her signature look, a wide smile with a straight stare. "I'll tell if you tell me how things are with Aoyama and Tokiyami." Mina smiled wildly as Jiro backed away with a blush. Still liking the competition, she nudged her friend with an elbow. The girls' conversation was interrupted when a chair was thrown at the wall. This was an uncommon sight but was expected in clubs like this. The girls looked over to see. "Hey," a random patron tells, pointing at the girls. "I know you. You're the hearing hero, Earjack, and you're Pinky." A man gestured to the DJ, making the music stop as everyone stared at the two. Most of the patrons leave, either wanting nothing to do with the fight, trying to avoid hail, or was just plain innocent. Earjack got ready with her jacks extended out like tusks, reaching for the items in her jacket. Alien Queen jumped on the table, dripping acid from her arms as the jacket's arms melted. "It's Alien Queen, now," the pink hero corrected. The remaining patrons did not care as they surrounded the girls. In a normal situation, this would seem grim, but the heroes were prepared. "Get them," one of the men said, a guy pulling chains out of a mouth in his gut. He swung the links around as another man shot spikes from the holes in his arms below the swings. "Acid Veil," Alien Queen shouted, flinging her arms around as a thick layer of max-soluble acid, and melted the oncoming spikes. Earjack put on gloves with speakers on them, plugging her jacks into them before procuring a few rubber balls from her pockets. She threw them into the air before holding the specially designed devices in a pose. Heartbeat Barrage. The ear jacks, connected directly to her heartbeat, produced a single, weaponized sound wave, pushing the rubber ammunition towards the thugs. Bouncing all over the place, it was hard to guess their trajectory as the attack made its way to the thugs, only to be blocked by a diamond-skinned, bulky man. "Get Pinky. After that, Earjack will go down easy." The sparkly man yelled. More thugs appeared. A hamster woman with patches of scales opened her extended jaw to reveal many tiny barrels in her cheeks, blasting a purple liquid. It was poison, evident as it hit the ground, giving off smoke as people backed away. Don't breathe that in or you're a dead man. Alien Queen clicked her teeth, forming multiple orbs of acid dripping from her hand like a sling. She readied them, twirling them like bolos as she noticed the spike-shooting man going left and the chain-mouthed gut guy on the right as the diamond thug charged at Earjack with the rat man coming behind. It's over, Pinky, the woman said with her barrels out. It's Alien Queen now. Alien Queen crouched as her boots shook. The sloped man shot another flurry as chains were thrown to lasso her. They would have reached if not for the burst of acid that came from the hero's feet, sending her flying into the air, avoiding the fired poison. Acid air. The criminals stared in shock as the girl flew over their heads, receiving a smile as the hero threw the orbs. The two at her side braced for impact, shielding with tear arms as the hamster lady took a deep breath, preparing to fire again. And now, Obomorph. The orbs flew into the thugs, exploding in a sticky substance that stuck to them and anything they touched. The chain gut man found his mouth closed as the spike shooter had his arms stuck together, unable to aim properly. The venomous hamster managed to dodge, firing her poison again, only to miss as the girl used her acid air to dodge again. What is this stuff? I can't move. One of the men cried out, struggling against a wall. His cohort found himself in the same position against the floor, face down. It's a special move I use, altering the acid in my body to its lowest acidity. I call it my Obomorph, but you can call it your cuffs, Alien Queen teased, landing on the ground, only a foot away from the poisonous hamster girl. The furry woman gulped loudly as her throat was grabbed, hard enough to let her know she was caught. She closed her eyes as the girl reeled a fist back. But before she was knocked out unconscious, she heard one last line. And just so you know, it's Alien Queen now. The pink hero smiled in glee with a hard punch, knocking the hamster out. She turned, holding up her finger in the cute V sign. Despite dealing with her own troubles, dodging the punches from the larger men, Earjack chuckled as she delivered a sound wall, blocking the men off. Nice. You know, I've been thinking of changing mine as well. Earjack is too on the nose. Her twin earlobe jacks pierced the ground as the men closed in. She crouched, ready to jump. I'd watched my head if I were you, she said to the thugs. The men ignored her as they ran. It would be less than a few seconds before anything they threw would connect. Plenty of time for Earjack, who took a deep breath and concentrated on her heart. The vibrations from the circulating beats built up inside, like echoes bouncing around. Tremor pulse. The floor shook with a strong bounce, sending the two into the ceiling, hanging by their heads. The diamond man managed fine, pulling himself out and landing with a crash, but the rat was knocked out, looking like a furry chandelier. The thug grinned wickedly as he marched over, cracking his neck. Tough luck, Earjack. Maybe if you live, you'll think twice before coming here again, he said, spamming his knuckles together. He passed as he felt his feet stuck to the ground. Looking down, the man saw the sticky substance Alien Queen had just used. Oh, crap. The man expected a punch from behind. But that was the least of his concerns as his ears were filled by the metal, organic plugs. He stared down at Earjack, who waved at him. Shame filled him before the sound waves did. The loud heartbeat reverberated throughout this body, knocking him out within a few moments. Now it was the smaller heroine's turn to smile in triumph. Ah, this was a really cute jacket, Mina pouted, glancing at her jacket's arms. She noticed how the sleeves were gone and twirled for a moment, giving a nod of approval. You know what, this is cuter. The girls walked out as sirens alerted them to the police. A flash of their hero ID, and they were down the corner of the street faster than the fight. Which was not saying much. Along the way, the two glanced at the night sky, with the pink girl humming a tune as the hearing hero glanced at her. So, Zenshin, Earjack said with a smirk. Alien Queen blushed, turning her pink skin red as she hid in her hood. You're not gonna hide from this one. Mina, if you don't tell me, then I'll have to find out in the papers, and you know who they'll put it. Jiro's words were more than accurate. The press was always hungry for a big scoop, and nothing was more prominent than hero news, especially gossip. Anything the pink girl said could be twisted by reporters if she said nothing. Mina, Jiro sing-songed. We saw each other when I was getting my hero name changed. Mina kept her blush as she spoke shyly. And, me thing led to another, and we went on a date. And, Jiro's tone was stern and louder this time. Mina blushed as she recalled the date. It wasn't anything fancy. She showed up at a nice cafe wearing an ordinary outfit. That was a cute t-shirt, jacket, skirt, and boots to her. Midoriya showed up in his usual fashion, which consisted of jean pants and a shirt that said Futsu. The girl remembered gawking as she giggled. The boy's tastes have barely changed. But the date went surprisingly well, more so than expected. Back in UA, it was thought that the boy would talk non-stop about his idol, All Might, if he was taken on an outing. It turns out the boy knew how to talk, keeping the topic off work, and managed to make her laugh a couple of times. Mina did not know if it was how he behaved or maybe the atmosphere, but she found herself drawn to the boy. Izuku managed to keep eye contact, where the girl would notice how much strength he had. While his powers included super strength, there was boundless energy as present as his tone. Time went by too fast as they parted ways. The pink girl wanted to ask something, but the presence of a villain made Midoriya kick into hero mode and ran off. It had been days since the date, and parts of it still littered the girl's mind as she explained it back to Jiro, whose smirk never left her face. Sounds like someone's got a crush, Jiro teased. Mina nodded as she gave a nervous smile. You know, I kinda want to go another date with him, Mina said blankly, looking at the night sky. She didn't notice the stare from Jiro or anything else for that matter. The only thing on her mind was the smile Izuku flashed near the end. It was soft and held so much of his character, making her heart flutter. She wanted to see that again. A nearby explosion was heard as people screamed. The girls looked over to see a light show nearby. Either Bakugo's working late or we got ourselves a heavy hitter. Up for one last. Earjack turned to see Alien Queen racing towards the scene with her acid. Quote. Alien Queen, we can't stop now. Alien Queen yelled back. We're heroes. And besides, she looked to see a flash of green lightning spring around the dark sky. He's there. How I can pass this up? You do realize that green energy could be anyone, right? Earjack said, running after. And besides, he wasn't spotted anywhere near here today. Since when has he ever followed the norm of being a hero? There was no response for that question, at least none that could be adequately formulated. While most heroes kept to a schedule, he never did that. You know, Deku suited you more, Zenshin. You can't do much in this situation, can you? The citizens nearby crowded around as they watched with bated breath. Up-and-coming hero, Zenshin, was handling the clay villain, Splatter. People got out their phones, recording the event as they watched. Zenshin clenched his teeth as he stared at the girl taken hostage. She was only a kid, no more than 7 years old, and couldn't use her quirk to defend herself. She was too young to do so and too scared to act, making a perfect little human shield. A large man with a clay body and a hoodie and jeans held her nearby. But the real threat was the voice coming from a speaker embedded in the thug's shoulder. It was the voice of a new villain who had been making waves. Last laugh, Zenshin seethed, speaking like the name was a curse. You know, I never could understand why you insist on rescuing everyone. Last laugh said from the speaker. I mean, take this girl, for instance. Things aren't going to be easier for her, given her quirk. I mean, was I the only one to notice how dangerous fire users can be? I mean, we all remember what happened with Endeavor, not to mention Dabi. You're wrong, you know, Zenshin replied, silently signaling for his friends to prepare for a rescue maneuver. The heroes Starlight and Ingenium stood by on the sides, ready to pounce the man and rescue the girl. All they had to do was wait for Zenshin's signal. Oh, don't tell me, it's because your friend is his son. Ha 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 ha, what good will that do? Everybody knows what the man did and what his eldest did. He can try all he wants, Redeemer is just wasting his time. As the villain talked, Zenshin focused on the little girl, who was crying her eyes out. He mouthed to her that it'd be okay, flashing a smile. It was what he always did during his heroics, and it worked. The girl calmed down, and parts of the crowd cheered. Seems someone isn't paying attention, last laugh said from the speaker. Mr. Nendo, why don't you remind our guest the importance of proper conversational etiquette? I believe your quirk, Clayface, will do just nicely in instructing. Nendo gurgled from his clay-covered mouth in affirmation. He began forming sharp blades and maces from his arms as the clay swarmed his hostage, starting to bury her in his body. Starlight, Ingenium. Black energy swirled in Zenshin's arm as he aimed with his finger. Flicking his index, a dark whip sprang forth, but it wasn't aimed at the clay man. Mississippi Smash. It was aimed at the body. After the whip, Starlight shot forth a beam of energy at Nendo's shoulder, the one holding the girl hostage, disrupting the clay man's body as Ingenium raced in with engines roaring, grabbing the girl in one fell swoop. The thug turned his arms into flails and threw them at the bothersome heroes but forgot about Zenshin, who closed in with a reeled back fist. Texas Smash. Zenshin cried out, his body crackling with green energy as the punch flew into Nendo, scattering most of his body as the villain launched his head. The crowd cheered as clay plopped on the ground. The trio ran to surround what remained of the villain, but Splatter produced a flash bang from his spare clay, blinding everyone as he escaped. Starlight tried to land a hit, protected from the flash by his shades, but found the villain too slippery as he went down a sewer drain. The boy sulked as he held in his laser charge, opting to fire at the sky for minimal damage. Zenshin looked at the speaker, smashed, feeling laughter coming from the other end. His thoughts broke as Starlight spoke. Thanks again, Zenshin, Ingenium, Starlight said, smiling through his star-shaped visor. His suit was like a shining knight, minus the helmet, with a black bodysuit underneath and a long purple cape. No worries, we'll get him next time, Ingenium said, giving a thumbs up as he turned to Zenshin. The man was dressed like a race car, specifically the engine with a black bodysuit underneath similar to Starlight. Isn't that right, Zenshin? Zenshin nodded, going back to staring at the smashed speaker, much to his friend's concern. This villain had been causing waves for a while, but there was no lead to where he was. He didn't notice Starlight walking over to break him out of his thoughts, but he did hear a certain pink girl's voice as she arrived. Ah, did we miss the fight? Izuku turned to see the disguised heroines running over. Alien Queen waved gleefully as she jumped past the crowd. Starlight and Ingenium noticing too, with the former now wearing a smile. Am I? Alien Queen, gee, good to see you again, Zenshin said. Indeed, you have missed the fight, but no worries, you still have this sparkling image in front of you, my roaring thunder, Starlight said, sliding over to Jiro, who back up as Mina gave a playful smirk. The pink girl's face was the poster for trouble right now. Why yeah, Ear Jack said with a blush. No sooner did that happen, the flashing cameras of the paparazzi signaled the heroes to leave via an alleyway. They had enough for one night, and the nocturnal reporters could be more tenacious if they didn't leave now. As the gang found some privacy at the other end of the exit, everyone sighed after a long day. What a day, Izuku said, inspecting his domino mask, making sure it was secure. I can't remember how many villain outbreaks there were today. Do you even count them? Mina teased, making the boy blush. Although I have to say, with Aoyama here giving off a light show, that was some way to end work, Jiro snarked, if it is the end. But of course, Aoyama gleamed in full costume as he struck a pose. Wherever I go, I light up the scene like a star. He glanced at Jiro. Just like lightning, now if only there was a beautiful thunder to come along with me. Jiro blushed as Mina egged her on. The pink girl was getting revenge in full, all the while stealing glances at a certain green-haired hero. No one noticed they had more company until she spoke up. You guys saw that too. I thought I was the only one to come when I saw Aoyama's light show. Everyone turned to the source of the new voice. Its familiar chirpiness became more recognizable as they noticed no one nearby. The heroes kept walking, already having an idea of who that was. I mean, Anywhere, is that you? Who else would it be? Anywhere answered. I guess we'll have a Class 1A reunion soon, Midoriya sighed, removing his domino mask while moving his mouthguard. He scratched the side of his face, noticing how rugged the surface had become, and he was not the only one as the others stared at him. You growing a beard, Mina teased. Izuku blinked in confusion, running a hand over his face. The tough bristles on his face made noise against his gloved hand, making the boy look into a glass window. The display made an excellent mirror with the darkness behind, showing the stubble. "I guess it's been a while since I shaved," Izuku commented. "Zenshin, you must take care of yourself. Proper hygiene is an important factor in a career as a hero." Ingenium scolded, motioning his arms like a robot. "Hawks has a beard and he's number one," Jiro commented. "Exactly. Just what kind of number one hero goes about with a slovenly appearance?" Everyone laughed, much to Iida's chagrin. The boy took this matter seriously, having not let up such behavior since their days back in high school. "Well, I think it looks sexy," Toru exclaimed. She slapped Zenshin on the butt, making the boy look back with sheepishness. Mina glanced at the invisible girl. If there was one thing that no one saw coming, it was that Toru developed feelings for Izuku. Toru never gave a straight answer and giggled like a schoolgirl when asked. Though she was one during the time of questioning. And while she knew the girl's affections had not died down much, it irked her, making the pink girl want to say something. Now, if only the former class representative had not beaten her to the punch. Anywhere, stop this, right now. I just explained to Zenshin about proper hygiene. Now you must do the same with basic flirtation. Iida went back to flailing his arms like a robot once more. He yelled much louder, irritating Jiro, who promptly pushed him aside. "Hey, Iida, keep it down. You're yelling around some with super hearing as a quirk," the punkish girl said. The bespectacled man glanced at his former classmate before bowing abruptly. "My apologies. I'll show more self-control." "Ah," Toru cooed, seeing the exchange as cute. As the gang chatted, Mina now realized she and Midoriya were left to themselves, in a sense. Half of her mind went back to their previous encounter, and the other half thought about Toru. While the invisible girl had every right to develop romantic feelings, no one said she couldn't try to do the same. And part of her felt a rush of emotions at the idea. Pushing down any doubt, the pink girl grabbed the boy and turned him towards her. "Hey, Madori," Mina choked on her words as the boy turned around. She took a deep breath before speaking, wondering why she paused for a moment. "If you have time, wanna meet up for coffee? Or grab a bite to eat?" Midoriya froze as he looked into the girl's black and yellow eyes. He blushed as a goofy, nervous grin spread on his face. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "Sure. What time did you have in mind?" Izuku asked. Mina checked her hair in her compact mirror as she waited for Izuku. The pink girl wore casual once again as she leaned against the entrance of a masked burger, a simple fast food chain that the two agreed to meet. Places like this were crawling with heroes at times, so it was a perfect place for them. The girl picked this place because she knows Midoriya will jump once he sees a villain, so she figured they could at least order and get their food before anything. Villains loved to pounce at night. She glanced at the tables, where other heroes were eating, some with table manners befitting a fast food establishment, some had perfect manners with no fork, and others ate like a glutton you would find in manga. Some of them gave passing glances at Mina, whistling and/or inviting her over to eat with them. The girl blushed at the compliments thrown her way but turned them down. She was a hero, not a fangirl. While waiting, the girl looked over the menu, inspired by many famous heroes over the past years and generations. Though, the hell-flamed grilled burger had been renamed years ago. After thinking about her meal, the girl killed time with her phone, not realizing one of the patrons got up and walked to her, only noticing when he spoke up. "Pinky," Mina groaned, putting her phone away as she turned to glare at the man. "I keep telling people it's Alien Queen, I know. I just thought it'd be funnier to call you that again." By the time Mina had turned, she now registered the voice with the boy's face. He was taller than her, with muscle cut like a rock with a face that had sharp teeth, red eyes, and matching hair. It was another face from UA, specifically one she knew a bit longer. "Kirishima?" Mina asked, recognizing the boy. Mina stared at her former classmate, Eijiro Kirishima, better known as Red Riot, waving at her with a toothy grin. He looked all right, still in his hero outfit, all of which was a different shade of red. Gear-shaped shoulder pads, jagged sash with a buckle that had a red R, baggy black pants with a ripped hem half-cape, boots, and a wired guard around his face. He kept his chest bare, saying how manly it was, an obsessive trait he had since his youth. On his chest and abs, the Hakaifuka kanji was tattooed for display. He was cut with muscles, with few heroes able to rival. "Hey, Pinky, long time, no see." Red Riot waved. Mina blinked at the boy, not expecting to meet him, especially since she was here on a date. She spoke not a word as she stared, looking at him like he was a stranger. Mina, I know it's been a long time since we saw each other, but did you lose your voice?" "No," Mina finally answered, "I just didn't expect to see ya. So, since you're here, Kirishima." Mina went wide-eyed as she remembered why she was here, to meet up with Midoriya, who was standing at the entrance looking at the two. Kirishima walked over before she could say anything, swinging an arm around Midori's shoulder. "Hey, Midoriya, good to see you." Red Riot took a fist and pounded his breast. "You look well. I hear you've managed to beat me in abs and muscles. Ain't that awesome?" He looked at the boy's face, seeing facial hair. "Hey, are you thinking about a beard too?" Kirishima rubbed his chin, reminiscing about the time he had that look. "Man, I tried that look too, but it clashed with my quirk. Not to mention people started calling me a fuzzy rock." Mina's ears twitched. This was the first time she recognized those words. While it was common knowledge the green-haired boy was ripped, she never took the time to register just how cut he was. The boy always wore clothes in a conservative style, barely ever showing off. The pink girl was making a note to ask about that later, on another date. Though she questioned why she was now planning a future outing. "So, what are you doing here?" Red Riot said, now calming down. He removed his arm from his former classmate, still wearing his toothy grin. "I'm here to see Shoto." Izuku's voice was calm and to the point. Walking over to the pink girl, he took a spot beside her. "We made plans to meet here." Kirishima looked at the two, zigzagging at them. Now it was his turn to be surprised, not expecting this kind of development between the two. "Oh, all right." Kirishima kept staring, not sure what to say now. It was a long, awkward minute of silence between the three, mainly for the red-haired boy. He pointed at the two repeatedly as he spoke up. "So, you two are dating now? I mean, you two barely talked in UA." Mina sweated, not knowing how to answer the boy, and neither did Izuku. They only had 2 dates, and the girl was known to be friendly, but the green-haired boy was sometimes socially awkward, unsure how to act at times. This was one of those times. "Shoto and I are just friends, right now." Midoriya's voice was uncertain, trying to convey a sense of the opposite as he spoke. He looked at the pink, giving a small blush. Mina didn't know why those words hurt, but she ignored them as she was uncertain about their relationship right now. She barely knew the green-haired boy, even back in high school. She wasn't going to know everything after 2 dates, and nobody said they were dating after 2 dates. Except for romantic teenagers, the girl was past that age, physically. Oh, boo. Kirishima's voice dragged for a moment before he grinned, leaving the burger joint. "Well then, I'll let you guys be. I'm still on the clock, kinda." He got to the door when he glanced over his shoulder. "See ya." The next moment was awkward and tense as Midoriya and Shoto glanced at each other. They wore sheepish smiles as they walked to the counter. For a moment, their hands grazed each other, making them flinch and turn away, not that they noticed each other's actions. Only when they heard the greetings from the cashier did they come back down to earth, order as much as their stomachs could fit. "I'll have one almighty meal," Mina said. She glanced over her shoulder at Izuku, who wore a sheepish smile as she smirked widely at him. It was obvious what he would order. "Make that 4 almighty meals," the boy said, bringing out his wallet. He paid for their meals, despite some protest from Mina. The two waited for the food over the next few minutes, diluting the nervous atmosphere from before. It wasn't long before they grabbed trays of food and found a table away from the other patrons, close enough to the window but private enough to talk. "So," Mina eyed the boy's chin with a wide grin. "I see you're keeping the beard." Midoriya smiled sheepishly, scratching his chin in response. He put down the food while taking his seat across from the girl. "To be honest, I just forgot about it completely. I'm honestly not sure about keeping it. I can barely remember keeping my hair groomed with all the hero work," he replied. "So you just jump at the nearest cry for help, forgetting to comb your hair sometimes?" Mina asked in curiosity. The boy nodded as he handed her the meal. It was then a sly smirk. "Does that mean you'd rush out of the shower to stop a villain?" Izuku blushed. He had taken a bite of his meal, now choking on the morsel as he reached for his drink. The girl chuckled as she pushed the cola in his direction, watching him calm down as he took a big gulp. He stared back into the girl's black and yellow eyes as he spoke. I can't hear anything when I shower or bathe. I asked All Might about that and he told me of some soothing products." Mina snorted and snickered as a thought came to mind, specifically of the boy taking a bubble bath with the suds overflowing with scented candles placed around the tub and music playing in the background. What the paparazzi wouldn't give to see that. It took a while for the pink girl to collect herself as the boy watched in confusion to her various reactions. "Ashido, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Ashido snorted. "I just couldn't help thinking about how everyone with a camera who storm you if you appeared in a towel." The girl lowered her head to the table as she spoke. She didn't need to look up to know how red she made the boy with her teasing. The next few minutes were filled with her snickering while she calmed down, with a few more spent in the same manner when she sat up to see the boy's sheepish, stuttering, muttering face tremble. Who knew the hero people called next #1 could turn that red? It was like a new quirk. I guess you'd have to find a new prefecture or region, maybe even move out of Japan. Despite the joke, Midoriya managed to keep some level of calm. Although he knew the paparazzi would break the internet with a photo like that. Well, to be honest, I don't have a single location. Midoriya put down his burger. I've been traveling around the prefectures, saving lives, and searching. Searching. Mina did not like the sound of that, having a good clue of what that something was. For what? Last laugh, who I've been trying to find for a while now. Midoriya gave a dry chuckle, taking a sip of his drink to quench his thirst. His voice lowered as he spoke the next words. And then, there are the remnants. Mina nodded silently, awkwardly taking a bit of her burger then putting fries in her mouth before she began chewing her food. That topic was a bit tense compared to other villains, making the table quiet again. A downside to being a hero is that the conversations are not always fun. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make the conversation down." Midoriya put on a smile as he bobbed his head up in remembrance. He went to his pockets to find his phone. Pulling out the device, he went through social media apps till he found what he was looking for, showing the screen to Mina. "By the way, I've been following you on Smash. Seems you've been doing more than taking down the villains." The boy smiled as he showed pictures of Mina on her account and others, from clumsy photos of her getting cats out of trees to even making an appearance at a kid's birthday party. The girl had made an impact online, making her happy. Mina blushed with a posh smile, pushing the phone out of her vision as she giggled. "I guess I have a major fan now, huh?" Mina giggled. Oh, I follow a lot of heroes on Smash." Midoriya pulled out more accounts. "I have one for Ochako, Iida, Tsuyu, Todoroki. You follow Bakugo." The boy was quiet as his voice dropped. He awkwardly tapped the table as he reached for a burger and fries. Mina dropped her smile as she watched the meal being devoured silently, feeling a stone in her stomach as she tried to eat a fry. After a few minutes, the girl spoke again, carefully choosing her words. Sorry, it's just that you're one of the few who could tolerate him, for a while. I don't even follow him." "It's all right," Midoriya sighed, running a hand through his hair. "But even I had a limit to his behavior. If only he stopped yelling and everything. Even after the apology. I think he's still trying to grab the #1 rank," Mina commented offhand. She took a sip absent-mindedly, not really caring. "But that's only what I can guess." Midoriya shrugged in a similar manner as he grabbed another burger. The topic wasn't something he kept track of anymore, not that he cared to investigate. Shallowing his food, he tried to smile. "I think it's time I follow and see how you're doing," Midoriya said. "I see I have a smasher. Then again, look who I'm talking to." Midoriya blushed, blinking as he saw the mischievous smirk on Mina. "I take it you're trying to upgrade to hardcore Smash?" Mina asked, giving a wide smile as she fluttered her eyelashes. The boy across now stuttered, getting what she meant. "I'm just kidding. I know you're not the kind of guy to do that." The pink girl giggled as her date calmed down. I didn't mean to insinuate anything, but I just found your account, kinda like mine. It reminded me of why I wanted to be a hero, Midoriya said, giving a warm smile as he stared at Mina. I know things still aren't that great with how some heroes are still in this for fame and glory, but people like you really bring a smile to my face. It was now Mina's turn to blush, losing her broad smile as she exchanged it for a bashful smirk. She scratched her cheek in embarrassment, swearing to herself how she must look more red than pink. After a moment of processing, the girl calmed down and took a sip of her drink. You really think that? She asked. Not many would believe she was just doing the right thing. The girl glanced at her pink skin, which did bring some judgment against her at times. In a world of superpowers, quirks, physical appearances that differed from normal humans could be perceived differently in form. There was still racism with organizations working to expel the impure, or those with more physical mutations like having a lizard body or whose body looks like a junkyard. And this wasn't just for regular folks too. Shoto could recall a few comments about her color. And while not all were harmful, it made the pink skin crawl. Yeah, Midoriya's voice broke the girl's thoughts. One of the reasons I became a hero was to inspire people, but I'm not sure I could do that with a Smash account. What? Mina's shrill voice cracked through the establishment, bringing some attention from the fee around. The girl gave a sheepish smile as everyone calmed down, returning to their meals. She turned to the boy as she smiled. Wifey, you should see Kota's account. Mina took another sip. Jiro's been following him for a while. Changed his hero name from anima to wildlife. He doesn't post much, but he's working in jungles and others places where poachers are. She took a fry and chewed it before continuing. She pulled out her phone, showing pictures of the hero. He's really helping with all the wildlife around. Midoriya looked in awe as he saw the various photos, thinking about the food his former classmate was doing. Though he had one question. I forget, who was Kota? He asked. The quiet one who could talk to animals. Mina blinked. Did you two ever talk? A shake of the boy's head was the answer. And sadly, that was something he showed regret for. The boy and girl continued like this for a good hour before they decided to head home. Their little get-together was refreshing as they left Masked Burger with smiles on their faces. Well, I gotta get home. I got stuff to do before waking up tomorrow. Maybe we'll have a team up next time we meet, Mina said, nudging the boy with her elbow. Just don't be surprised when everyone looks at me. She giggled, giving another wide smile. Yeah, same here, but I might go back into costume. More villains attack at night, Midoriya replied, looking into a dark alley. Mina looked in the same direction then back to the boy. That's what's cool about you, Midoriya, you never stop thinking about others. She walked up to the boy, tilting his head towards hers. Her face was full of concern. Are you going to be all right with all that work? Midoriya's smile was confident, strong, and infectious, making the pink girl smile again. She would let him be, for now, but felt her heart pull her back, wanting nothing more than to help. But had faith in the boy, knowing there would be night heroes to help if needed. Well, if you need help, call me, Mina said, making a phone with her hand. 'Cause you're the only hero who'll fight past his or her hours if needed. Midoriya nodded, giving the girl peace of mind to return home. For a moment, just a moment, he felt himself staring at the girl, feeling a pull. Hey, Mina, Midoriya reached out, his arm extended as the girl turned back. His face was blushing brightly against the fluorescent lights in the restaurant. You wanna see each other again? Sooner, or maybe later. Whatever works for you. Though not the same boy as in high school, Mina smiled, feeling as though this was back in UA. She walked over to the boy as his arm dropped, staring into his eyes. Sure. Mina kissed the boy on the cheek as she ran off, leaving the bright red boy almost stammering. The girl felt such joy as she disappeared, neither noticing someone on the roof, looking through binoculars. Wait, do you need any help getting home? Midoriya yelled. I know you can probably handle anything, but if you want to help, you gotta catch me first. Izuku didn't know why he stood there. Maybe it was the way Mina spoke with childlike enthusiasm or how his body felt frozen for a moment, but by the time he regained his ability to move, the girl was gone, with only her laughter echoing in his head. And yet, he was smiling. Red Riot was walking home, having felt like he did his part for the day, not seeing anything broken or hearing people scream nearby. His mind was blank as he recalled Masked Burger, specifically the girl and former classmate. Wow, Mina and Madori. Who knew? He glanced at his phone, opening an app. Man, can things change. Just wait until Bakugo hears this. In the streets of Tokyo, the S-ranked villain, Skull Blaze, flew through the air, causing mayhem and chaos. The man was 7 feet tall with a green trench coat over a western cowboy ensemble. His quirk, Atomic Burst, gave him green energy for a head and allowed him to shoot that very energy out of his body in any way he pleased. And right now, he was using said quirk for makeshift jet boots. The villain laughed as he looked at his cell phone. Easiest money I ever made, Skull Blaze quipped. He put the device away and glanced at the bag in his hand. Who the heck pays someone to rob a bank? Blasting away, the man made sure plenty of people needed rescue as he shook off tailing heroes. Cars were blown up, and buildings crumbled as citizens ran for cover. Ha ha ha, try catching me now, suckers. Skull Blaze taunted. He would have glanced back but was certain no one could follow him. Not with many civilians in need of rescuing. While making his escape, the man didn't see he had one last hero tailing him. Leaping across the ground like gravity didn't command her, the hero closed the gap in minutes. With her black spandex with pink and white stripes accompanied by knee-high boots, wrist guards, belt, and visor, all pink, the girl stood out as she soon landed on the ground. Touching a few damaged cars, the girl lifted them up like feathers, using them like makeshift paper fans, pushing her forward. Special technique. Warp gate. The draft the cars made allowed her to roll into the villain. Or it would have if the girl did not use the cars to hold the man. Gotcha. The girl cried out, holding the man with the makeshift coffin. What the? Uravity. The villain yelled, glancing up to see his captor. Your days terrorizing Evaon are over. Uravity cried out. She watched as the man began discharging light green energy, telling her to speed things up. Clicking her heels, compressed air spun her and the encased man around, making him too sick to focus. As more air gave the heroine more speed. Using experience to her advantage, Uravity positioned her legs to use the air to direct herself towards the ground. After releasing him from the sandwiching cars, she threw Skull Blaze into the ground. Uravity twister. Skull Blaze hit the ground with a crash, groaning as he picked himself up. He turned over just in time to see Uravity crash into his stomach with her knees. And now, safety crash. Uravity pushed herself off, the attack having knocked anything else the villain had. Skull Blaze went unconscious with a groan as the girl jumped away, landing the broken vehicle smoothly before touching her fingertips, deactivating her powers. She posed cutely, curling her pointer fingers and thumbs into a heart sign with a broad smile and a wink as the crowd went wild. People snapped photos as the girl went to cuff the villain, ensuring he couldn't hurt anyone anymore. Don't worry, he won't hurt you anymore. Uravity cried out. She looked to the cheering crowd as she eyed a few heroes. Their faces were mixed together in respect and contempt. But one held surprise as the two locked eyes. Elsewhere, though many monitors and displays, Last Laugh watched the entire ordeal. A nurse tended to him with bright multicolored hair and different colored eyes. She wore a smile attending the man with a cup of tea. So Skull Blaze failed. What else is new? Last Laugh glanced at his monitors, his smile never leaving his face. Still, he got the job done. Now we wait. Pointing to another screen, the man laughed as he saw his work in motion. Sure thing. Puddin'. The nurse took a seat next to him. She stared at the screen in wonder as she watched. You Uravity, Alien Queen said in surprise. Jumping over the crowd, Uravity landed in front of the pink heroine, staring at her with blank eyes. People gathered around, snapping photos as Alien Queen stared back. Hey, the pink girl greeted with a stutter. Her eyes were wide, staring back at the empty face of Uravity. I see why you're doing well. I'll let you be. She turned around and began walking away. Actually, Uraraka paused as she gripped Alien Queen's shoulder. The pink girl didn't turn around, knowing she was already at a disadvantage against her former classmate. She could feel flames coming from the cheerful face of Uravity. I think it's been too long. We should catch up. There's this nice cafe nearby I think you'd love. The pink girl gulped but complied. The look in her friend's eye told her she had no choice as they used their powers to hurry over to a place 20 blocks away. It was a lovely cafe, which was more of a hole in the wall you'd have to look twice at to see. A European-themed tea house with butlers and maids walking around with trays of sandwiches, sweets, and hors d'oeuvres that all were tasty. The staff greeted Uravity, who requested her usual table in a corner tucked away where the girls could have some privacy. Here, Mina waited nervously as Ochako ordered what her usual green tea with an assortment of sandwiches and a couple of slices of apple pie was. Even though the girls were still in full hero costumes, they could relax with no one looking around. The staff was experienced in providing privacy, even making sure the two were not disturbed by anyone. "Isn't this place wonderful?" Ochako said, gesturing to the room. "I found this place months ago and can't stop myself from coming here every few days. It's so relaxing and not many people come, so I can enjoy myself." Within minutes, a waiter in a butler uniform came with the tray of tea, sandwiches, and chocolate cake slices. The girl took a sip of the tea before taking a bite of the sandwich, savoring the flavor. "It's so relaxing. Plus, it's never on the villain's radar, so I don't have to worry about interruptions. You know how hard it is sometimes for heroes to find a nice place to eat without a thug causing a scene, right?" "Yep." Mina was calm but sweated as she glanced at the platters laid out. This was different from the Ochako the girl had known back in UA, but being a hero did allow one to enjoy such luxuries from time to time. "Of course, I take my parents here too. I check up on them from time to time." "Well, that's nice. Ochako hummed, taking a sip of her tea. Her face was a calm storm waiting to burst. Mina was uncomfortable as she fidgeted in her seat. She decided to distract herself with the food, taking a bite of her cake slice. The chocolate melted in her mouth as the pink girl sighed, enjoying the flavor. Chocolate and sweets had always been a weakness of hers. "So, you and Midoriya," Uraraka said politely, bringing Mina crashing down to earth. The pink girl sweated bullets now as she carefully sipped her drink. She didn't make eye contact, knowing she could be in deep trouble. And who could say otherwise? Back in UA, she tried to get her and Midoriya together, only to have her efforts in vain. And now she was seen with Zenshin. This was not a good omen. No reply was given, but Ochako continued. "I can recall the many times you would tease us or the times you tried to get us in one place to see the sparks fly. The same could be said for a few others in the group too." Ochako's tone was natural, scaring Mina more and more. "I swear, sometimes I wonder if Izuku and I were ever friends from how you guys looked at us." Guilt struck Mina faster than lightning. Stones painfully tore through her stomach as the weight of Ochako's words hit her more than any villain. There had been times the pink had tricked Midoriya and the anti-grav girl into meeting up. She and the girls would observe as the two spoke, only for something to mess things up every time, be it the girls, accidental or intentional, or another outside force. Though there were a few times, Toru was suspected of sabotage. "Why yeah, I may have gotten too excited," Mina said, gulping down her drink before standing to defend herself. "But you know how I was about love. What did you expect? Maybe find your own love to pester." Ochako's response was blunt with a frosty undertone. Her eyes were closed with a smile, giving off an aura of danger. Mina sat down slowly, not wanting to agitate the girl or worse. She could feel the landmine underneath her feet, placed by her friend, but it soon disappeared as Ochako's eyes opened with disappearing anger. "Then again, that was in the past and I'm willing to let things slide." "Don't worry, Mina," Uraraka said with genuine happiness. "I'll support you." Thanks," Mina stuttered, now surprised, thinking she was in trouble. She sipped the drink, unable to find any words. It seemed silly. Here she was taking a break with an old classmate, and nothing came to mind. Especially considering she was a social butterfly and was known to be talkative with her friends. Maybe because it was the two were still in costume, but for now, the pink girl let things be. At the very least, she would come back later and try out more of the cake. Blocks away, Zenshin was working with the freezing inferno hero Redemption, trying to get a handle on a gang of villains. While usually, this would not be a problem in a world of heroes, any backup had been knocked out in a wall, exhausted, or almost dead, showcased the group's power. In the front was the villain, Muscular, a large bulky man with the ability to amplify and manipulate his muscle with the growth of his own muscle fibers. He stood tall with a manic grin as he eyed the two with a wide slasher smile and a jumpy stance. The man was ready for blood, already having caused most of the casualties so far with red dyeing his hands. Behind him was a villainess named Lady Hyo, a leopard lady with a red mohawk sporting a kimono with the top parted, showing off the bandages she had wrapped on her chest. Unlike most women with animal quirks, she was not a humanoid catgirl, like in anime, but more of an anthropomorphic leopard. She was calm, almost excited by the fight, yet she didn't seem worse for wear. Finally, there was Nito, a fat, ugly man with unruly red hair and blank skin. It was almost like looking at a powered-off monitor with a shade of black. He looked anxious but angry. Deku, Muscular snarled. He took one step forward as he flexed an augmented arm. It's been so long. I take it you've been having fun while I was rotting in jail, because of you. Zenshin twitched, recalling his first encounter with the man when he was a first year in high school. Back then, the bio had to go the distance, but today, the odds were in his favor with all the training he had gone through. Well, it don't matter. I've been working out these past few months. Muscular cracked his knuckles. Why don't I show you a few moves? In a flash, a cold frost rushed through the trio as ice formed around them. After a few seconds of the cold spreading, the street was transformed into a massive iceberg, structured in a manner that did not touch the surrounding buildings or the nearby citizens. Zenshin turned around to see Redemption with his left arm up, oozing out cold air like an air conditioning unit. The boy was doing everything he could to ensure his tactic was as controlled as possible. Thanks, Redemption, Zenshin said with a smile and thumbs up. The crowd cheered as the fire and ice hero returned the gesture. But the moment was short-lived as the ice cracked. Muscular jumped out of the icy prison and landed with a crash, smashing the ice to pieces. Lady Hyo appeared behind large, circular, black shields with Nito behind her, holding a rocket launcher aimed at the two. Is that the best ya got? Muscular taunted as Nito fired a rocket at the two. Zenshin got in front of Redemption, who put up an ice shield in front of the civilians as the former took a stance. In one swift motion, the boy kicked the rocket into the air before picking up a piece of debris and throwing it at the projectile, triggering an explosion away from the populace. Another rocket flew at Zenshin. This one had been intercepted by Redemption with a concentrated fire blast. It burned like a welding torch, making everyone shield their eyes from the extreme heat. The dual-element hero was not deterred by the bright light, thanks partly to the sunglasses on his outfit. The crowd cheered once more as the villains seemed cornered, but then the speakers of the public address system screeched with feedback as everyone covered their ears. Muscular, Lady Hyo, and Nito stared at the speakers in solemn silence, with the first clicking his tongue in annoyance. The muscle fiber villain stepped forward to deliver a devastating punch at Zenshin, but a voice stopped him. The voice of Last Laugh. Muscular, I believe our heroes had enough of a demonstration for one day. Why don't you head home and prepare for the main event? I know you're anxious to finally beat Zenshin, but we still have much to do. Ha, ha ha, 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 ha. Muscular growled at the speakers, plowing his hand into the concrete below and picking up a chuck to throw at it. A black disc appeared in front as Lady Hyo came from behind. You heard Last Laugh, she said in a calm tone. It's time to go. She turned to Nito, who nodded in agreement, pulling out a black orb. Nito threw the ball to the ground, summoning a black cloud to cover the trio as they escaped. Zenshin aimed with his black whip, firing a dark energy rope as Redemption followed with a floor of ice to ensure the villains did not escape. But as the cover dispersed, the culprits were nowhere to be found. The only thing that remained was the chuck of concrete Muscular dropped in his anger. Last Laugh certainly doesn't pull punches, does he? Redemption asked, melting the ice he made. No. Zenshin's voice was cold and far away. He felt his friend put a hand on his shoulder and glanced over. Don't worry, he can't expect to stay hidden forever. That got Zenshin to smile, turning to the crowd and raising a fist in victory. The audience shouted in joy as many got out their phones and snapped pictures as Redemption joined in. After some crowd control and working with the police, the two heroes walked off for some patrol. It was not expected they would find anything. In fact, having two of the most powerful heroes walking around was usually a deterrent to crime. Sometimes criminals even stopped in their tracks and turned themselves into the police, no questions asked. For Izuku, it was something to help him stay calm, and the details, as mentioned above, were a reason why. It brought him joy to see the smiling faces of people as he walked down, knowing they felt better. He could recall more painful years in his youth, dreading the idea of something similar happening to anyone, and made sure to double-check for anything. Being a hero could be challenging, but he loved seeing the people safe. "So, you and Mina. What happened? You two barely talked back in UA," Shoto said, out of nowhere. Midoriya eyed his friend with a raised brow, scratching his cheek. He never had talks like this with Redemption, mainly under the idea his friend didn't care much for it. He turned to his friend and looked at the sky. "How do you know about that?" Midoriya asked in shock. "The same way everyone else is, gossip on social media." Shoto brought out his phone. "You know how much reporters will look into anything, remember?" "Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Well, we're not dating, but there's something about her that draws me in." Midoriya looked at Shoto. "You know." Shoto shrugged, looking uncertain. The boys walked further along the streets as they continued their patrol. "Can't say that I do. I'm still figuring things out with, well, anyone. But what about our friends back in UA? The girls?" Shoto stared with his regular and burnt eye. It was the kind of face that questioned the impertinence of the topic just asked. Izuku blinked in surprise, wondering about the mental state of his friend. He had known the boy for years but never noticed this side of him. Redemption, how long has it been since you had some time to catch up with the others?" Izuku asked. The red and white-haired brought up his fingers, trying to count with one hand before adding a second. The counting continued for a few minutes before the boy turned to Midoriya with a shrug, gaining a look of shock from the green-haired boy. It seemed Shoto had immersed himself in his hero career when he graduated. Midoriya said not a word as he tried to process the proper response. The problem with that was that his friend could be as socially awkward as he could sometimes. It helped strengthen their friendship but could be a real hassle at times like this. The two continued down the street for their patrol, not noticing they were about to run into more company. Zenshin. Zenshin froze and turned to the source, seeing Alien Queen with Uravity around the corner. The boy stopped, zigzagging his attention between Ochako and Mina, who froze like deer in headlights at this awkward encounter. "Uravity, Alien Queen, how are you two doing?" Zenshin tried to sound professional, but he knew that was out the window as he saw his best friend and maybe girlfriend walking together on patrol. He knew Mina had pushed him and Ochako together, and the girl could be a real demon if angered. While he wondered what they were doing, he couldn't just ask that out in the open, especially with the attention being drawn. A hero stopping and staring at another, particularly like he had affection for that other, was juicy gossip to everyone. And news reporters would pay top billing for any evidence. "Oh, you know," Uravity chirped, leaning into the boy's vision. "Catching up like old times." She clapped her hands together and pointed them at Redemption. "I see you were doing the same." She saw the boys glance at each other, though they had different reasons. "Actually, we were just stopping Muscular and some other villains," Shoto explained. "But they got away. They're following orders on last laugh." Uravity sighed, knowing how bad things were when that man was mentioned. She had only encountered some thugs under his employment twice, but all she needed was the first to know how dangerous he was. "I see," Uravity said soberly. "In that case, be careful. The last time I had anything to do with him, I had 5 robberies to deal with, and that was the least of our concerns." "Yeah, the guy is definitely crazy," Alien Queen added. She put her hands on the back of her head, looking into the sky. "Nobody's seen the guy, and all we got is his voice and that laugh he sometimes does over the speakers. How is it nobody can keep him out?" The 4 sighed as they glanced at a nearby speaker. It was the only clue they ever had about the new villain's existence. That was why he was called Last Laugh, because he would sometimes end his transmissions laughing. The group sighed as Uravity clapped her hands together. "Don't worry about it. We've faced worse." She looked Izuku right in the eye. "Isn't that right, Zenshin?" The boy nodded slowly, recalling thought times from the most unexpected developments. From a surprise ambush to kidnappings, underworld bosses, and even a paranormal war, the boy had seen much in his life with his friends. Shoto made a slight noise in agreement, crossing his arms as he did the same. The girls were silent, wondering about the future as the past came to mind. You know what, if we can handle all that, we can handle last laugh. We just gotta come together when it matters the most, right? Uravity said, putting on a smile. Yeah, we can handle anything. Alien Queen followed up with a fist pump and wide smile. The boys gave small smiles, mainly because they paled in enthusiasm against the girls. It was then they noticed a small crowd gathering, taking photos of the gang. The group split back into two with embarrassed faces as they walked away, saying their goodbyes. Though one had more to say. Goodbye, Zenshin, for now, Alien Queen said with a soft voice and a hand wave. I'll text ya later. I mean if that's alright. The boy returned it as he watched the pink girl leave with one of his best friends. He groaned lowly as they got out of earshot. Love is complicated, huh? Shoto remarked, patting his friend on the back as they walked past the girl for patrol. You wanna talk about it? I don't know. Can we get some meeting to eat? All this activity is making me hungry, Zenshin said, pointing down the road. The red and white-haired boy nodded, and the duo went to eat and talk, hopefully without the paparazzi. It was another day in Tokyo. The sun was shining as people walked by, minding their business as they roamed the streets. Everything was peaceful as a villainess in a black trench coat tore her way through the city with maniacal laughter, holding bags of cash. Zihaha, this is what you get for underestimating me, she yelled, pushing through the crowd. Anyone who tried to stop her was met with pain. But as the screams continued, the sound of explosions entered the area. Boom, boom, boom. The villainess narrowed her eyes, knowing what's going on. She swung her arms around, making room, before snatching a little girl away from her parents. The mother screamed, but a mean glare from the woman stopped her cold. The explosions continued as they grew louder and louder, almost overshadowing the cries for help. Soon, a large bang appeared in the sky as a man crashed down. He looked surly as he growled at the villain, who stepped back as the child was held tighter. Hey, let go of the kiddo or die harder. The crowd was shocked silent as they saw the hero, Dynamite. He landed with his jagged black mask with orange highlights, a militaristic appearance with a black tank top and orange X accompanying baggy pants, a belt loaded with grenades, and steel-toed combat boots. His signature grenade-shaped gauntlets were posed in front of him. His hands sparked with explosions, scaring the girl even more. Wah! The crowd glared at Dynamite, scowling at the boy with malicious eyes. The little girl's screams had even the villain staring at Dynamite in disbelief. Even she, someone on the side of evil, was disappointed at the situation, knowing this was inappropriate. Does it kill you to act like a hero? Even for a minute? Shut up. Wow, you really don't have an indoor voice. The villainess dropped the bag. Dynamite snarled more, crunching his face harder as more jagged teeth were shown. His hands were thrown to his sides as they exploded, propelling him at incredible speed toward the villainess. Oh please. She swerved her body clockwise, dodging with minimal effort as she ducked and took a few steps back. You really think I'm your average thug? She stood up and posed dramatically with her fingerless gloves. The name's Zenshi. Now how about a trade? There's nothing to trade. Now hand over the kid. Dynamite yelled, preparing for another burst. Zenshi wagged her finger, lighting it with shining light before aiming it at the girl. I wouldn't say that. I'd say that I'll let the girl go in exchange for the money and an escape. That sounds fair. What do you think? She said with a sultry tone. She watched as the snarl grew, giggling at the boy's anger. Or I could harm the little girl. You know how things are. Oh, and you got 1 minute to decide. Dynamite growled as the woman gave him the bird. His anger rose tremendously as the crowd watched. One person in particular, the hostage's mother, was enduring the precipice of an anxiety attack. My baby, the mother cried out. She was reaching for her child, being held back by the crowd. Please, someone call a hero. Dynamite gritted his teeth with a snarling face that was more appropriate for a demon. People with mutated appearances didn't look that scary. The mother recouped into the crowd with fear as everyone stepped back. "I am a hero." Dynamite exploded, jetting at the woman and her hostage with ambiguous rage. He always looked angry, making it hard to know if he was a hero or psychotic. Zenshi clicked her tongue playfully before her forefinger glowed. Tossing the girl in midair, she held her finger underneath. Dynamite saw this and applied more explosions, moving in tactical zigzags to avoid anything the Villainous might try. But to his surprise, he saw the wind cycling around the woman's finger before she blasted the girl into the air. The mother in the crowd fainted as her little girl was thrown up, fearing the worst. "Big mistake," Dynamite shouted. He was at point-blank range, aiming his exploding palms at Zenshi. AP shot. Wind channeled around the woman's finger again as she pivoted her body in swift motion along with the explosion. The attack never reached her as she seemingly danced along with it before aiming her finger at the boy's face and firing a gust of wind, smashing him into a wall as the crowd parted to avoid being dragged along. Zenshi ran and picked up her loot. She turned to Dynamite and blew a kiss before channeling the wind into a cyclone. "I do enjoy a good workout before winning. We must do this again sometime," she said before taking off. Dynamite exploded out of the wall as he snarled, shouting when Zenshi went. But the sound of the little girl falling caught his attention, and he jumped up with an explosion, grabbing the girl. The kid had her eyes closed, hoping everything would be all right. When she opened them, the utterly serious face of Dynamite had pierced her vision. She then started to cry, wanting nothing to do but go home. Her mother woke up and ran over, snatching her out of the hero's grip. The mother wanted to thank Dynamite, but his face's stern and almost murderous look scared her away. Dynamite huffed, not from physical exhaustion but from the mental exertion he got dealing with the crowd. Some fans were clapping and cheering with any paraphernalia they may have, but the majority was silent as they started walking away. Some went to the family, giving their 2 cents for how glad they were the child was safe. This was the most challenging part for Dynamite. For every criminal he defeated, the few cheers barely did anything to alleviate the pain of silence. It was better than complaints, but it had been wearing on the boy in his short career as a hero. His pride was breaking, and he was sure anyone could hear it. That wasn't taking into his predicted rank on the following hero billboard chart. The boy used his powers to fly onto the rooftops. It was only here he had the space to try and relax or think properly. The sound of silence as people walked by like he hadn't been there angered him greatly. The girl said thank you, but it did nothing to quell the rage within. Dynamite arched to the sky, snarling as he yelled, "What the hell?" Those words echoed in silence as the boy collapsed onto the roof. He panted, hearing cheers just blocks away. No doubt another villain was thwarted with the hero praised for his work. It was moments like this the hero felt pain like no other. But that moment was destroyed when he felt the ground rumble. Getting up, he saw the remnants of buildings. "Halt you fiends!" The hero, Ingenium, cried out, chasing a trio of thieves, who seemed to be soaring through the air. But that was the oddest thing. Though the gang was midair, they were more hovering and looked like they were seated on something. But as far as anyone could tell, there was nothing but air. There must have been the work of a flight or anti-grav quirk, but first, Ingenium had to catch them to find out. The trio of villains saw the boy running closer, gaining speed and closing the gap. TCH. To think we, the Wonderland gang, would have trouble with a speedster. The one in the back said under her hoodie. She stared at Ingenium with disinterest before giving a haughty smile as she sat with her legs crossed. Time to give him the slip. Polygon. The big man in the middle nodded as the trio flew faster. The tiny one at the front looked around before pointing to the right. The swift turn surprised Ingenium as he jumped midair and turned around. The exhaust pipes on his legs pushed him back to the alley where he saw the Wonderland gang escape, but when he got there only a few seconds later, the route was empty. It wasn't a complicated maze, but the alley was one single hall, void of any turns or places to hide. It was too long for the group to have gotten out, but that didn't stop Ingenium from going through. He got the same results as before and began searching the streets for any clues. But it was like the gang vanished. Damn, that's the third time, Ingenium quietly cursed himself. He sighed, massaging his head with one hand, pretending it was comforting through his helmet. While it did nothing, the boy needed an outlet for this stress. The Wonderland gang, though low-key, had eluded capture for months since their arrival. Whatever quirk they were using, one of them allowed for such a quick escape. Slowly, he walked out of the alley, going to a nearby vending machine for something to drink. Pondering what to get, Ingenium was distracted when a young voice turned to him. "You all right, Mr. Hero?" Ingenium glanced at his side, seeing a family nearby. One of the children held a notebook and pen, wanting the hero's autograph. The young boy looked no older than 4 years old. The mother shared her child's expression and eyed the hero with concern as the father simply waved hello. Standing up straighter, the speedster posed dramatically as he said, "Don't worry, citizen. Any danger afoot will be swiftly taken care of. Then, can you sign this?" The boy held the notepad higher. Swiftly, Ingenium signed the paper before waving off the family. Though he put on a happy face, inside, Iida felt a stone in his stomach. He was on the trail of a gang of small-time crooks and lost them. His pride in his work dropped with pain as he took the time to reassure himself and plan a course of action next time. He left the vending machines, no longer wanting something to drink. It was too depressing. "Hey, Ingenium." The speeding hero turned to see Alien Queen waving at him as she ran over. The boy returned with a wave of his own as his pink friend made her way to him. He wondered if he strayed too far from his route and bumped into her, but such meetings had become more frequent and didn't seem to bother him. "Alien Queen, greetings. I take it your patrol is successful," Ingenium said in reply. The pink noticed the boy's slouching shoulders and tilted head. If there was one thing she knew about Iida, it was his rigorous body language that would only be lax during times of stress. "What's wrong?" Mina asked. "You normally salute me before heading off." Ingenium stuttered, mailing his arms in a frantic, robotic manner before sighing and relaxing his posture. "I was on the trail of the Wonderland gang and lost them in a nearby alley." "This is the third time now," Ingenium replied, leaning against a wall. Mina saw her friend in disarray. She wanted to say something but had a better idea. "Don't worry, Ingi, I have just the thing." Alien Queen wrapped her arm around her former classmate, much to his protest on how unprofessional such mannerism was. The pink girl ignored all complaints as she brought out her phone. Going through the lists of contacts, the girl saw what she was looking for and pressed the contact. She waited a few moments as the other end rang before reaching her friend. "Hey, want to team up?" "Yeah, I'm with Iida." "Okay, I'll send you our location now." Alien Queen put away her phone, giving a smile and V-sign to Ingenium. Her armored friend wasn't sure about the need for help, considering it was only a gang of thieves. But all that changed when an enormous smash was heard. The two turned to see another hero crash into a building. They ran over to see a monstrous green, humanoid monster growing to gargantuan size. It was leafy and mossy in appearance, with green everywhere. Citizens ran in fear as the hulking monstrosity walked over with destructive steps, smashing anything in its path. Alien Queen and Ingenium got ready, but the latter wondered what he could do against this foe. Fortunately, he didn't have to ponder for long as help arrived in the form of Zenshin, propelling himself through the monster's head fist first. Kitty Hawk SMASSSSH. The boy crashed onto the ground kneeling with his fist in the road. Part of him regretted coming in like that as he got up and adjusted his back. "Zenshin." Alien Queen waved hello as she and Ingenium ran over. "I'm so glad I called you even more now." "Zenshin. Glad you're around." Ingenium pointed at the monster. "But it seems your smash didn't work." The trio looked to see the hole in the leafy head regenerate as if nothing had happened. It towered over the heroes as it raised an arm. Zenshin and Ingenium were fast, but Alien Queen stopped the fist. "Acid detonator." Alien Queen cried out. With intense training, the girl had figured out to launch her body's acid in concentrated force, making them fly far. She aimed at the elbow, launching her acid in globby form. The attack went to work spreading around the joint, disintegrating the joint. The leafy forearm fell as Zenshin flung black whips at the limb, pulling towards him while Ingenium got any bystanders out of the way. That got the mossy man angry as he swept his other arm across the street. Innocent civilians, still running away, screamed louder as the appendage began going through some buildings. "You're kidding me," Zenshin screamed, running over to save the people. That should have done more than stop him. He and Ingenium grabbed everyone within the vicinity, taking them to a safe spot blocks away. Alien Queen provided backup, shooting acid at the monster and any debris that could cause collateral damage. But the leafy gargantuan saw this and began regenerating its missing arm. Zenshin didn't like that and leapt with tremendous force, intending to smash through again. Only this time, he was aiming to move the villain elsewhere. With this many civilians, this fight could cause catastrophic damage. Kitty Hawk ass smash. The boy flew fist first once again, going through the chest. His punch collided with the leafy body, crumbling through it as he aimed at a paper wall. He went through the body quickly, noticing a branching system running through the inside. Though only inside for a second, he saw something unusual but wasn't sure. Coming out the back end, he turned back and aimed at the giant arm. With a black whip, Zenshin reached forward and pulled himself back to Alien Queen and Ingenium. The force from the pull brought the monster back, almost falling as Nason flung himself. "Something's not right," he said. "Whatever quirk this is, it's not a gigantification ability. Then what is it, and how is he maintaining this quirk?" Ingenium stared down the villain as it got up. "We need a plan and fast. Or some more backup. I mean, we had other heroes nearby, and we could use some more help to keep things under control," Alien Queen commented. "You know anyone who could help?" Alien Queen shrugged, not having many clues as to who to call. Sure, she knew some heroes, but everyone within a certain distance. Even for a social girl like herself, Mina could only keep track to a certain extent, and that was without any more criminals on the loose. She watched as Zenshin and Ingenium almost dropped their faces, wondering who could get her and help. And they had some in the most unsuspecting way. Howitzer impact. A large explosion came from the back as the green monster fell forwards, staggering for a moment. With a hum, it came back up, seeing Dynamite flying around with explosions. The explosive hero landed beside Zenshin and Alien Queen, who didn't seem to acknowledge him. Dynamite took a stance, keeping a palm forward. He glanced at Zenshin for a moment. It had been weeks, months, or maybe years since he last saw the boy. Memories flowed in from their younger days as he tried to say something. What would he say? The two had not been anything. Something that was his fault, not that he'd say it. "Aim for the chest," Zenshin said, running forward with green energy. Alien Queen nodded and readied another acid detonator. "Don't tell me what to do," Dynamite yelled, taking off in a series of explosions. Mina shook her head in frustration before throwing another detonator at the monster's chest. The acid spread, but this time the wound healed faster, but this seemed more defensive than before as the green giant backed away. And the beast stepped back more as Zenshin summoned a smokescreen. Dynamite came from behind, his explosion signaling his path like smoky firecrackers as he made his way to the back. "Take this." Big bang. Dynamite clapped his hands while simultaneously setting off an explosion. He separated them, releasing an explosive blast of epic proportions, singeing the back of the monster. He glared with a slasher smile at his achievement. Zenshin jumped through the hole Alien Queen made. He brought one hand up and threw it down furiously. Colorado smosh. The body was split in two. The crowd cheered, but the boy wasn't paying attention as he saw the lifeless body shatter and decay as it hit the ground. The remains quickly disappeared as nothing was left. "What's going on?" Zenshin asked himself as Alien Queen and Ingenium came up to him. He turned to their inquisitive faces. "Something on your mind, Zenny?" the pink girl asked. "I was pretty sure I saw someone inside controlling it." The two went wide-eyed as they soon surveyed the crowd, looking for any signs of a culprit. But everyone had been running away as the body fell, so it was like finding a needle in a haystack. Zenshin shook his head, mentally cursing himself for letting a villain get away. He felt Ingenium put a hand on his shoulder as he turned to his friend. "I'm not happy saying this, but it seems villains are getting smarter." The armored speedster turned to the crowd. "Frightening, since we thought the downfall of All for One would mean the decline of villainy." Alien Queen nodded, remembering the powerful quirk user and the final fight with him. She turned to Zenshin, wondering if things would be picking up soon. But all thoughts were blocked out as an explosive landing came from Dynamite. The boy walked over, wondering what was with the group talk, but he stopped as Zenshin turned to him. The two stopped and exchanged stares for an awkward minute. "Bakugo." That was the only thing Zenshin ever said. He turned around after giving a wave of thanks. Bakugo watched as Izuku just walked away without saying another word. The fight was over, and so was their reason to work together. The boy left, feeling lower than before, as he saw Alien Queen run up to Zenshin. He saw Ingenium staring at him from beneath his helmet. He could feel pity from the boy, boiling his blood as he snarled, "What are you looking at?" Ingenium sighed and shook his head. Turning around, he walked away, but not before giving a final word to his old classmate. "You know, if you actually let go of your pride for once, maybe you'd find a more successful career as a hero." Bakugo grinded his teeth, rubbing them together like sandpaper as he watched everyone leave. He exploded to the rooftops, wanting nothing more than to be left alone. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw how people swarmed Zenshin, Alien Queen, and Ingenium, putting a stone in his stomach as he volatilely disappeared. Hacking into the security cameras, a group of individuals watched a holoprojection of the entire fight. Replaying the end, they saw the culprit leave the mossy body and run into the crowd unnoticed. "It seems Gaara has managed to escape the heroes. When he comes back, we'll inspect him for any defects," one said. "We were almost discovered. We need to be more careful. If he was caught." The appearance of Zenshin and Dynamite was unforeseen, a matter we have already discussed. This one stood up. "If we are to move forward with our plans, risks must be taken. Now that All for One is finally gone, we have taken what is ours and our birthrights back." Agreed. Everyone now stood up in unison. "Now, let us wait and watch. Someone get last laugh on a line." Mina bounced around in the sun. Today was a rare occasion that she had time off and could relax like a civilian for a while. That didn't mean she wasn't prepared in case of a villain attack, but the pink girl felt the past few days go by like work. It was a terrible feeling for her, as being a hero was not about ranks, pay, or recognition, but about doing something more. To feel like hero work was like office work spread dread into her body. It was a signal for some much-needed relaxation. And there was one place she had in mind to start the day. "Ms. Ashido, glad you could join us this session." Gulping water by the bottle as she panted from her workout, Mina turned to her dance instructor Mr. Kesuke. The stony man's skin cracked as he stretched his arms before posing like a break dancer. "You were completely into the routine today. I take it things have been going well?" he asked. "Of course, Ishii. Plus, I'm happy to finally be able to work on my dance moves." Mina sidestepped with a hop. She smiled with a backflip before landing on one hand. Bending backwards, she came back to her feet and bounced around. "I gotta keep myself limber, fit, and most of all, happy." Kesuke joined his student as the two had a small dance-off. The remaining dancers who stayed behind to chat clapped along as they watched. It was during moments like this that Mina felt her happiest. To hear the people around her happy brought a sense of self-fulfillment she barely knew existed. It was only after her limbs felt like gelatin did she stop, now more exhausted than ever. Scrambling to her duffel bag, she went for 3 of the last 5 water bottles as she cooled herself off. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw Kesuke back flipping without breaking a sweat. "Sheesh, Ishii, it's like you don't have a limit. What's your secret?" The stone man brought one finger to his smile and winked. "That's something you'll have to learn from my classes," he said. Mina puffed her cheeks before sticking out her younger with a smile. She giggled before grabbing her duffel bag. "Then I'll have to keep coming," she said. A wave goodbye, and the girl left the studio, walking through the stairs of the complex. Exiting the building, Mina took a deep breath, refreshing herself as she looked around for something new. Because every day had, more or less, the same routine, she wanted something to invigorate her, be it something like a movie to sometimes helping with a charity. Maybe she'd even get into costume and post something online for her fans, provided her agency's manager wouldn't complain about surprise posts. Such concerns were never significant. What had become one was this new spa that Mina had spotted. If there was one thing that she enjoyed was the discount a hero could gain in connection to their prestige. The girl wasn't famous, but that never stopped her from seeing how much she could save on her fare budget. Walking down the street, smashing could be heard as people screamed. Mina glanced in the direction, seeing all the scared faces. The girl grimaced. Such fate was inevitable for heroes. It was called the vacation paradox, as all heroes call it. But the girl called it stupid, despite turning and being about to change and run in. But there was hesitation, not from cowardice but a want of relaxation. It was a small sting, but it was enough to grab her attention for a moment. Over the past week, Alien Queen had apprehended 15 robbers. This was normal, but there were also the up-and-coming super villains that were becoming more frequent. And while the girl had deserved some time off, the call to save others was wanted more. Guess I'll have to call in about overtime, again. Mina ran to the nearest store to change, but a familiar voice sent a calming presence to her and the crowd. Street. Lewis Smosh. Mina turned to see Zenshin slamming his fist into the face of a volcano quirk villain. The guy was enormous compared to the boy, with a hunchback and a crater at the top. The man crashed, imprinting on the cement. Zenshin slammed down as he faced off against him. The people around screamed as girls and women ran over to watch with phones out and camera apps ready. S-class villain. Vulcan. Surrender now or I'll stop going easy on you. Zenshin yelled. Flames decorated the Vulcan's shoulders, face, chest, and legs, giving off a shadowing face despite being in the sunlight. He got up and shrugged off the punch as he stretched his shoulder. Hey, and delay the inevitable. No thanks. He walked over to Zenshin with a thin smile. You heroes only got lucky with all for one. But the new guys, they're much worse. A blast came from his hands as Zenshin grabbed the streets and dug up a makeshift shield. Yeah, Zenshin. Kick his butt. Show that hothead he's not welcome here. You're so cool. Mina would have smiled at the cheers but was focused on the new man in her life as Vulcan's hunchback crater smoked. Krakatoa burst. Lava spewed out, falling into a spread as the crowd ran. Some used their quirks to escape or protect others as buildings, cars, shops, and limbs were burned or melted. The thug laughed as Zenshin burst from his place. Kitty Hawk Smosh. Zenshin threw himself with a punch as hard as he could. The air followed him as the lava was pulled along. The boy threw another punch, using the momentum to twist at high speeds, funneling the magma as he reached high altitudes. Zenshin seemed to stop mid-air as he turned to the side, avoiding the grouper lava. As if dancing in the winds, he sent a powerful kick. Louisiana Smosh. The magma was thrown by the wind, soaring as high as it could, angled for one destination, the ocean. Such a small amount in comparison to others, there was no doubt that the lava would not harm anyone. From below, the crowd cheered as Vulcan grinded his teeth. He saw Zenshin coming down and started smoking again. This isn't over. Ash Blitz. Smoke spread through the area from the crater, engulfing the streets. People coughed loudly as Zenshin landed, wondering where Vulcan ran off to. With a might swing from the hero, the air pressure alone cleared the area. But to his and everyone's surprise, Vulcan was in the same spot, struggling to pull his legs out of egg-like sacks in the streets. The crowd laughed as many took photos of the man. They ignored his surly and venomous glares. A quick knockout punch from Zenshin, and the police had Vulcan cuffed as sent on his way to a maximum security prison. After the officers left, Zenshin found himself swarmed by fans. From kids wanting an autograph to women trying to snag a photo, and maybe grab a touch, and reporters, the boy sweated profusely, trying to walk through the riptide of citizens. It wasn't until he had signed a few items and said a few words, that the people gave him some room. With cackling green energy, Zenshin jumped to the rooftops as he went back on patrol. Mina watched as she saw the people leave. Staring at the building tops, the girl smiled as she went in between two and put her shoes into the duffel bag. With her acidic powers, she climbed up to 6 stories. There, Zenshin was resting against the doorway. Mina tiptoed over, secreting some non-acidic slime to absorb the sound of her steps. She was like a mouse, too quiet to notice until she spoke. I figured you'd take a breather, but next you might want to use a different rooftop. Zenshin jumped up and saw the childish smirk on Mina. He puckered in his lips as he blushed, enduring the girl's laughter. After a few moments, they looked at each with a smile. Hey, thanks for the help. Whatever do you mean? Mina fluttered her eyelashes. Zenshin rolled his eyes under his domino mask. A shake of his head and the girl knew he stopped playing along. I gotta say, we need to stop meeting at work so much. When's your next day off? Mina asked. Izuku blinked, not saying a word as an awkward silence filled the air between them. Izuku, do you take days off? Mina asked. She saw Izuku's chest rise and fall rapidly despite his neutral face. What do you mean? I have time off. Izuku looked at Mina with innocent eyes. But the pink girl knew better, detecting more mixed emotions underneath the facade. And what do you do on this time off? Mina leaned towards the boy, doing her best to look like a cop grilling a suspect. To the outsiders watching, it was pretty funny to watch as the taller boy sweated. I get groceries, cook, see my mom. I mean, not being a hero is a day and relax. Mina went to her tiptoes to lean into the boy. You know, like be a regular guy. Zenshin blinked. The idea sounded foreign to him, yet felt like a large boulder at the bottom of a mountain, taunting with a predatory smile. Mina dropped her head and unlocked her phone. Listen, I'm gonna take another day off and I want you to do the same. We'll hang out and have some fun, and then you can go back to constant work. She then gave a Cheshire smile. That is, if you want to. Just a warning, I'm too much fun. You might even forget about being a hero. Izuku stared in silence, scratching the side of his chin. He counted his finger, one by one slowly before nodding with a small smile. Then it's settled. Mina texted away at her phone. Here's where we'll start. And one last thing. The alarm rang on Izuku's phone, waking the boy. Stretching, he got up, making sure he was limber for work. Only this time, remembered he was taking a day to spend with Mina. It was a strange, empty feeling. It was like the idea that being outside and not helping people made him feel queasy, almost like he was getting sick. He turned around to make sure everything was in order. Guess this bed lasts another day, he said to himself. After getting changed and some breakfast, Izuku walked outside, staring at himself. The fact he was wearing a plain shirt with some pants felt weird instead of his usual skin-tight costume. He felt almost naked, rubbing his arms and chest as he checked his clothes. Pulling out his phone and checking where Mina wanted to meet, the boy activated his quirk. Green energy cackled in his body as he got ready to jump, but stopped as words from Mina rang in his mind. I don't want you using your powers unless needed. You can drive or take the train and bus. Tomorrow is all about relaxing. Got it? Izuku powered down as the word mentally echoed. Despite arguing over that last bit, he relented and agreed to tone down his usage of One for All. He sighed for a moment before going to his car. Only he just realized he never had one. Despite his success as a hero, the boy never looked into getting a car, except for his mother. So, he walked to the train station, using a bit of his powers to make it there in 10 minutes. It felt weird taking the train after all his time patrolling with his quirk. He watched the citizens, from normal to mutated, as they stood inside, squished together in the train car. The rocking of the cabin and fast-moving scenery was all that occurred during the ride. Izuku wondered if he had spent too much time in costume, as a hero, but had quickly shut the question out as a lone word taunted him mentally. Deku. His mind cooed tauntingly. It was like a childish way of talking, like a wave of dark pain threatening to engulf him. Izuku spent most of the train ride looking for anything to distract him. Reaching the Mustafa district station, Midoriya stretched himself before exiting the building. The sun greeted him with the sound of cars and people bustling on the streets. There were villain attacks scattered about. Rubbing his head with one hand, Izuku walked to the location Mina texted him a few minutes ago. The city streets were a mix of opened or blocked off due to construction or villains. Midoriya had to chant how he was on a vacation day to keep himself in check. People leaned away in slight fear at the boy's muttering. He watched as other heroes dealt with the situation, relieving his stress and nervousness. Moments later, he made it to a small shopping center, where he looked for the pink girl. Despite her unique body color, it was almost camouflaged in the crowd of diverse quirked citizens. Madori. Izuku turned to see Mina waving at him. She was dressed in a flashy style with ripped jean shorts, a tie-dye tank top, an orange jacket, and a sparkly pink purse. He chuckled at the sight, happy to see the pink girl. Walking over, the boy saw how he attracted some attention. While his heroic build made him look strong, his bland fashion choices were questionable to look at. This was particularly the case since he had a pretty girl waiting for him. The two never bothered to see some people giving a side glance as they spoke. Did I make you wait? Izuku asked. Mina shocked her head, taking a lick from an ice cream cone she got from a convenience store. It was probably from the one on the corner of the street or the other one a few blocks down. Nah, I was just getting myself a treat. Granted, I don't know if I deserve this for taking 2 days off, but I think we're overdue for another date. Mina smiled, making the boy replicate the expression. Date. That was a word Izuku was hearing more often and he was liking it more than he would admit. It was a word tossed around during high school, particularly during his second and final year, but hearing it as a young adult held something more. He couldn't put his finger on it, but it was like looking at the scattered pieces of a puzzle wondering what the big picture was. It was honestly exciting to see this in front of him. He was so preoccupied with the thought that he hadn't realized that he grabbed Mina's hand. It wasn't until he noticed the girl's face that it was brought to his attention. Well now, a little eager are we? Mina teased. She smiled widely, looking like a mischievous raccoon with her black and yellow eyes. It was making her more adorable as Midoriya blushed harder. It's not that. Izuku defended himself as the pink giggled. I was just. He stopped as he felt the girl's grip tighten on his. It's all right. Now come on. Mina started dragging him down the street. I know it may seem a bit risky, but weeks ago you won't believe who showed me this awesome cafe here. You're gonna love it. The boy soon caught up, easily making up the difference with his speed. He recognized the block, recalling brief fights from previous days. A warm feeling encompassed the boy as he saw people's faces go by, at peace with the world. Children were playing with their parents talking a distance away. It made him glad to be a hero. Mina had dragged Midoriya a few blocks down the road when a limo came screeching to a halt. It turned down the corner, blocking off the two as someone opened the door. Izuku's face dropped in annoyance as he saw her face, holding back Mina, who looked at the scene in confusion. Midoriya, why didn't you tell me you were taking a day off? I would have planned the most excellent date. The girl said. Out of the limo, a beautiful woman, who looked no older than 25, stepped out in the flashiest dress Mina had seen in a while. With golden hair and sparkling cerulean eyes, the girl walked towards Midoriya before pushing herself onto him, shoving her ample chest into his. Mina puffed her cheeks as she grabbed Midoriya's arm and pulled him away. Her eyes met with the ladies as onlookers snickered at what looked like a love triangle. Excuse me, the girl's voice seemed indignant, like she had been robbed of everything on her in public, left to fend off laughter from the citizens. She was like a lioness, taking one step forward as she inspected Mina. And just who do you think you are? A Shoto Mina. The pink girl did not let go, squeezing harder. Izuku blushed as he felt his arms sink into her ample chest, darting his eyes at anything but the girl's. And we're in a date. Just who do you think you are, Goldie? The only sounds heard were from passers-by and the vehicles on the streets. The girls began to scowl as the boy in the middle of all this actually wished for a villain to appear while his legs shook. I see, Goldie remarked as she walked back into the limo. She took one last glance at Mina, studying her unique outfit before scoffing. Well then, next time I guess I'll dress more appropriately for the next meeting. Ta-ya for now, darling. The girl blew a kiss and the car drove off. Mina stomped to the side of the road, memorizing the license plate on the back for later. Groans left her still puffed-out face as she walked back to Izuku. The boy looked ready to collapse. Who does that girl think she is? Mina waved her arms in the air. That was Mirienrei Kinpo, Izuku groaned. She's eccentric. Izuku walked forward as Mina followed with a pout that begged for answers. The girl's face was more intrusive than the hardiest reporter, and there have been plenty who attempted to follow the boy home. The paparazzi was that stubborn at times. The boy turned so slowly, it was almost like his head had been rusted in place. Can we first get to the cafe? If there was one thing Izuku had come to appreciate, it was a large serving of food during actually stressful times. While being a hero put him in constant danger, both physically from the villains and mentally from the press, some events just pushed the wrong buttons. And whenever he needed a break, hole-in-the-wall places like Cafe Anshin was just what he needed. Izuku and Mina had seated themselves down. The boy had already asked for 2 slices of chocolate cake with 3 trays of sandwiches. Mina giggled, ordering a slice of chocolate cake with tea as the waiter left. You know, despite what just happened, It's gonna be funny seeing you scarf down all that food, Mina said. She propped her head on her arms, simply watching Izuku with a grin. Izuku nodded with a small, nervous smile as he waited. Part of him wanted to hide his head in his plate, ignoring the world to grasp a sense of privacy. Like an ostrich checking on its egg. Oh, relax. I know the food here is good. You'll relax in no time. Oh, so you know of this place too. You know, it's actually funny. You wouldn't believe who took me here. Midoriya, Mina. The two turned to see Ochako waving as she ran over. She smiled as grabbed a chair. She put down her food, some sandwiches and tea, and smiled. Why didn't you tell me you would be here? Ochako sounded almost offended. This had been one of her favorite places and she was more than happy to have company, even if things between her and Mina needed to be sorted out. But she ignored that as the others continued speaking. Ochako, I was just talking about you. Mina cried out. She got up and greeted her friend with her arms in the air. Wait, Ochako brought you here too? Izuku asked. I took her here like I did with you. Ochako clapped her hands as she gasped. This could be like a hangout for us and our friends. Yeah, but then the paparazzi would be everywhere. Izuku's words smashed the joy out of the girls. He gave a nervous smile as he held his hands up to block their glares. So, what brings you two here? Ochako dropped her glare as she went back to being her usual bubbly self. Another date. Though Mina said her answer, it sounded more like a question. While she still had much to talk about with Ochako, there was no idea of where the two were at this topic. The pink girl knew she was still in her right to go on a date with the boy, but it was obvious there were still landmines here and there. As that's so, Ochako sipped loudly, sending a small chill down Midoriya's and Ashito's spines. She looked between the two, taking a bite of a sandwich. It wasn't until the waiter came by with orders that the silence was replaced with the sound of eating. Mina desperately wanted to change the subject, as did Izuku. And the pink girl had one topic in mind, blurting it out without thinking. So who was that kin girl? Ochako blinked before wearing a face of understanding. She slowly turned to the green-haired boy, who had a look of despair. Mirienrei Kinpo, Izuku said. Ochako said nothing as she sipped silently. Putting down the drink, the girl rubbed her forehead before putting her friend on the back. She sighed deeply, slouching in her chair before pushing herself back up. So, what was it this time? The same as last time. Of course. Wait, you know her. Mina stood up, leaning on the table. She had only now met the girl and seeing her friend's reaction made things even more interesting. She's one Izuku's quirk suitors. Akauko dragged that sentence through the ground like it was a dead albatross. Mina's jaw dropped as the pieces were put together. In the age of quirks and superpowers, quirk marriage had been around for decades. Among those, quirk suitors were of often influential or wealthy families wishing to strengthen their familiar DNA. And no matter what, heroes were always the prime candidates. So, she wants all my quirks in hopes of creating the perfect lineage. Izuku crashed his face into the table. He had forgotten about the slice of cake in front of him, covering himself in the process. Akako rubbed the boys as she called for a waiter. Can we get some napkins? And my friend could use another slice of cake. I can still remember the day she barged into the agency and talked about marriage, Izuku groaned, rubbing his head. He stopped, realizing he hadn't cleaned his face, seeing the chocolate bits on his fingers. Why is this happening to me? Why won't she leave me alone? I thought I wouldn't. She run into her after the last meeting last week. I even told her wasn't interested the first time, he muttered, still upset with the whole situation. What did you expect? I mean, one for all can carry multiple quirks. If you were to actually pass that to your kids, who knows what could happen? Yeah, but I'm tired of the letters and surprise visits at the agency. Izuku brought his face up. His tears did nothing to wash away the cake on him. Mina grabbed her napkin and began wiping. The pink girl was silent with a blank face. But on the inside, anger boiled. She knew this was how things were, but that didn't mean she had to like it. There had been times when she went to interviews with potential suitors under the disguise of a business meeting. By the second outing, she became privy to the settings. Mina could always learn social settings fast. But still, that didn't mean she liked hearing of her guys' offerings during their time. This is another date. Mina's words broke her silence. What? Izuku turned to her as she did to him. This is a date. We're on a date. The boy nodded. So as far as Miss Pretty Hair is concerned, she has to wait in line. 'Cause I'm not letting you go. As that's so. Ochako's face hid her demonic curiosity of anger behind a smile, but it could be felt by Mina. Izuku sweated nervously, ordering another slice of cake as the nearby waiter walked away swiftly. All the while, he wondered how he got into this situation. But luckily, the waiter arrived with their order, providing the perfect distraction for the boy to deflect the current topic. Right now, the only romance he wanted was staring at him with yellow and black eyes. After finishing their meal, the trio parted ways with Ochako wishing Izuku and Mina luck and a good day. Well, that was fun, Mina chimed in, stretching her arms as she smiled. So, after that impromptu meeting, you wanna walk around, work off all that cake? Izuku gave a solid smile and a nod. They began walking aimlessly as they caught up about their days during work. Mina took the time to vent about her worries with her manager and agents. And you won't believe what this designer had to say about my costume. Mina stomped her feet. He said it didn't connect well with today's youth and needs some modification. But when he showed me the design, all I saw was that they made me look like a magical girl. The pink girl leaned on a brick wall, now noticing how they had entered a residential district. Izuku sweated a bit before nodding in agreement. Yeah, I kinda get ya. I once had someone come in saying I need to differentiate myself from All Might. The next day, I get something that looks more like swimsuit than a costume. He rubbed the back of his head, sweating even more. Really? Mina bounced up and grabbed him by the chest. Her hands went over his sculpted features, making her blush at the thought. You gotta show me the pictures. This I gotta see. And no way. Izuku jumped back. Besides, I took the photos and threw them in the garbage. Mina pouted before she grabbed the boy's hand and continued their date. As they walked back, Midoriya's eyes snapped to a playground. It was a normal place with swings, slides, and other fun implements for children to play together. But what got his attention was the children. The hero stopped in his tracks as he saw a little boy held in place by two kids. Behind was a little girl with compound eyes and short scraggy hair and bug wings, watching with tears in her eyes. In front was a boy with electric hair and a cocky, slasher smile, cracking his knuckles. Midoriya ran up as Mina tried to catch him. Midori, what are you doing? Mina cried out. She ran after him as she saw what happened. The pinned-down boy was punched in the face by the electric-haired boy. You wanna say that again, quirkless? The bully teased. You shouldn't hurt people like that, the kid squeaked out. He was crying, something the other two bullies jeered at him for. Midoriya didn't catch what was said next. All he saw was the lead bully sparking electricity before reeling back his fist. That's enough, Midoriya yelled, reaching the park. His body crackled with green energy as he stared down the bullies. The two let go of the kid as their leader scowled at Midoriya. What do you want, old man? Get lost, we're busy. The lead bully said while Midoriya glared at him. I said, that's enough. He yelled, cackling green energy while Mina went to check on the kid that was being picked on. Mina saw the boy was alright but gasped as she saw Midoriya's face. Tears cascaded the kid's face. Izuku felt the same in his childhood days. Always the victim, but with no hope of being saved. For a moment, he saw himself in the child, wanting nothing more than to say it would be alright. But this was always one incident next to many more to come. The child said his thanks and ran as the other got up. The boy watched as the mothers came, and picked up the children. One of them thanked Midoriya, but he barely registered it. Going to a nearby bench, he stared into nothingness from his seat. It wouldn't be until Mina took the empty space next to him that he came back to earth. Midori, Izuku, you alright? Mina asked. Izuku said nothing. His face was blank, unreadable like a record. There was something etched in, but with nothing to express the emotions. A couple tears fell from one eye, and Midoriya got up. I hate this, he said. Mina felt tears form as she heard those words. Though she knew not for her, it still brought pain to her heart. I gotta go. We'll catch up next time. That was all Izuku said before he left with a wave. Mina stood in silence as she watched the boy walk away. Birds cawed in the evening sky as the pink girl frowned before walking away. Part of her wanted to go to Izuku and help him out, but she knew not what to say. She knew his past, but there were still plenty of demons, it seemed. So for next time, she decided to do everything she could to make things right. It was a promise she made as she walked Shine. Izuku gasped awake with sweat trickling down as he checked his phone. The screen lit up, revealing the date and time. The former was insignificant compared to the latter, which read as 5 in the morning, 1 hour before his alarm. The boy groaned as he lay on his back, staring into the ceiling in an attempt to go back to sleep. Yesterday had been longer than expected, especially when he got the news from his therapist. It was just another session, but this one came with bad news. It had started like any other meeting. Izuku would show up in civilian wear and meet with Dr. Duobe, his therapist. He was a wise man, though he looked older than he was. Only a couple of decades older than Midoriya, he was now showing some white hair to accommodate his large physique. The boy had walked in, closing the door behind, where he always saw Dr. Duobe sitting in his chair, gesturing to the chaise lounge chair beside him. "Midoriya, good to see you again," the doctor greeted, standing up to bow to the boy as they greeted each other. "I take it all has been at least all right." Midoriya hummed neutrally as he laid down on the lounge chair. After a few long seconds, he shook his head, listening to the nearby grandfather clock ticking. The boy turned to the therapist as he recalled work the other day. Zenshin had just dressed when he saw his agency's manager, Taguchi, waiting by the door. The man had this serious and exhausted look as he gestured for the boy to follow him to his office. Izuku had known that look for a while and sighed as he walked beside the man. Neither one made a sound till they arrived at the office, closed the doors, and sat down. "Zenshin, you know I haven't been working here for long, heck I'm the 4th manager you've had," Taguchi started. He opened the window and took a long drag from a newly lit cigarette. The smoke danced in the wind as it left the room. "And I know you love helping people. It was shocking to hear you even took a day off." He adjusted his chair, looking directly at Zenshin now. "But you gotta think about the publicity stunts you're doing," he said, bringing out a holographic projection. "I mean, you can't just say things like equality for everyone and only have the quirkless or kaijin around. You gotta add some variety. The data is in and some people are concerned about your... I don't even know what to call this." Izuku's face darkened as he stared at the projection. He was extremely proud of that moment. The look on the kids' faces after saving them from a villain was priceless. And he even took the photo and put it on social media, despite divisive comments and reactions. "Look, I know you want to help people, but how many times does anyone look at the story of the quirkless anymore?" Taguchi rubbed the cigarette into the ashtray, done with the stick. He didn't look Zenshin in the eye, knowing how mad the boy was. All Izuku did was stand up abruptly and walk to the door. Before he left, he said one thing. "To answer your question, when was the last time anyone told the story of the quirkless?" A slam of the door and the boy was gone, leaving the manager to sigh as he got up for an early drink. Izuku almost shed tears as he finished explaining the memory. His body burned with anger, almost threatening to overcook him with the emotion. No words could escape his gritted teeth as he stared at the therapist. So this manager also was not keen on this publicity stunt. Duobe gave the boy a tissue once more. As of that the worst of it. Izuku blew his nose. "Taguchi also wanted to talk to me about Mina." "Mina, I take it this had more to do with Alien Queen." "Yeah." Midoriya calmed down as he sat up and looked the man in the eye. "But I left before he could ask anything. I get that there's some showmanship in being a hero, but I don't want anyone being involved with my love life but me." Dr. Duobe watched as the boy crashed back into the chair, sighing loudly with his frowning face. He had seen this look many times before, writing this down on a paper notepad before speaking. "Does your mother know about Mina?" he asked. The doctor smiled at Midoriya's nervous grin being engulfed by a blush. "My mom is happy to hear I'm seeing someone. She's asking about Mina coming over one day," Izuku said. "How often does she ask about her?" "Every day before I leave for work now. Next time I see Mina, I'll have to tell her." "Good. I take it she knows about some of your issues." Mr. Duobe counted his fingers. Your past should be known by your friends, not to mention other secrets like one for all, but do any of them know of the repercussions? Such as danger sense, for example. Izuku sweated profusely, looking away from the man as his thumbs twiddled together. The boy had his fair share of mental health concerns that were too deep-rooted to remove yet. Some were impossible to be rid of. The boy spoke after a few awkward minutes. I've never said a word to her. In fact, I haven't told any of my friends. Mom and all might know, but they don't say anything. For now, I'm handling things well. Izuku was silent, puckering his lips inward like he ate something extremely sour. I'm guessing there's a but. Izuku said nothing, keeping his mouth shut and his heart closed. Dr. Duobe knew what this was about, but respected his client's privacy. This was one of many appointments, and he could wait patiently. To him, it was about the progress and steps taken. Well, I guess we can call it a day then. Call me when you need anything. Dr. Duobe got up as Izuku did. The two shook hands and smiled as the therapist led Izuku out the door. But he stopped with his hand on the knob and gave a dreadful glare at his patient. Mr. Midoriya. His tone was somber as he stopped the boy. As you are aware, the next board ranking are within the coming months and the new Hero Public Safety Commission has contacted me. I suspect they explained the same with you. Izuku was silent, but nodded, keeping his head turned away. I'm sorry, I pleaded on your psychology state, while good and stable, but it seems. I get it. Midoriya had chuckled in defeat. The world seemed against him once again, like his childhood. I guess something don't change easily. The therapist nodded and opened the door, wishing the boy well. He closed after he saw his patient leave and sat down on his chair, sighing as he readied himself for the next meeting. Changing into his costume, Zenshin ran to the city where he patrolled the streets. Soon, he saw comrades in costume walk by, most greeted with highly friendly gestures, with some wrapping an arm around his neck to bring the boy in. These heroes would often talk about hanging out or how they were friends around other people as they snapped photos, but it was usually the first time Zenshin would meet these people. That was the only thing that was routine today. Crime was silent, a rarity that was second to none in the eyes of Izuku. Well, at least in his part of the woods. But that didn't mean things were stress-free. On this day, he had more people asking for autographs and parts of his time. While such occasions were part of the hero career, doing so without stopping a single crime made the boy feel more like a standee. It was like his life was made just to exist like person going on a journey for their identity. Sure, Izuku knew his place, but being celebrated because of his fame was uneasy. After a half hour of relative silence, the boy jumped his section to find out how others were doing. Just as he imagined, the next section over was having trouble. That was an understatement, given was a gang war that broke out. People ran down the streets screaming as quirks of all kinds were flung in every direction possible. The police bordered the battle with riot gear as some heroes maintained position from afar. Those with ranged quirks, from heroes who shot projectiles like Gunhead to others like the stretching hero Gibbon Fist, waited patiently in the outskirts, looking for a chance to strike. Only a handful of others waited further away, mainly those who relied on close combat. Citizens in the apartments above filmed with their phones while they huddled in fear as the gangs shouted and yelled. You punks have terrorized us long enough. Time for some payback. And when we're done, you'll think twice before entering Suitoki turf again. It was a gang war between a neighborhood watch and a gang, the Suitoki. The latter was small time, but was growing in numbers and infamy. However, that wasn't the case for every hero, including the ones with Zenshin at the borders of the fight. Zenshin watched as he saw everyone scramble to safety. The police did a good job keeping things contained, but if no one did anything to stop the fighting, it'd be anyone's guess to say how long it would be till the battle escalated. That wasn't a chance the boy would take. He was going to stop this, here and now. It may have been another battle for many heroes, but that didn't make a difference to this one. Hey, Zenny. The boy turned to see Alien Queen next to him, greeting him with an affectionate shoulder bump. Or she would have had the scene before them not caught her attention. The two didn't say a word, the battle took far more priority right now. But the pink girl glanced at the boy for a moment with inquisitive eyes. I take it you got a plan? She asked. Zenshin took out a notepad. He always seemed to have one, a habit formed as a child. He started sketching and writing page after page as plans formulated in his mind. Neither the pink girl nor any heroes who looked over his shoulder could understand at the pace he was going, even with all the muttering that added more details. It was only a few seconds, but the notebook snapped closed, startling anyone around, and was put away promptly. "Alien Queen, can you give me a hand with something?" the hero asked with a hand out. Alien Queen blinked, wondering what she could besides throwing acid. A few moments later, she got the idea as it was whispered to her. Though unsure, the pink girl played along as she focused on making 5 non-acidic bubble-like orbs. "Just to let you know, I've never done anything like this before," she commented, handing the orbs to Zenshin, who poked his finger inside. "Die, weakling. For our honor." 5 orbs came crashing down as the two forces charged at each other. Only one popped as smoke encompassed the battlefield. Zenshin and Alien Queen let a drop of sweat slide down their heads before jumping in with the other heroes. The boy leapt into the action as he aimed for a random gangster with ice spiking out of him. A swift punch and it was the shot around the world as everyone stopped to see the punk flying out of the smoke a few blocks down before crashing. The two sides watched as more heroes appeared through the smoke, entering like ninjas in anime. This included Alien Queen, who gave a wide smile as an eerie calm entered the battlefield. Some of the thugs dropped as they saw the change in tides of this battle. The neighborhood watch glared at the heroes. Some clenched their fists while others displayed their quirks. A Tengu man in the back of them locked eyes with a random hero, making him step back. The gangsters, Suitoki, snarled as the many mutants bared their teeth. It was like looking at a horror film set where every monster teamed up. And all faces were now fuming with rage. "Time to leash crime." One of the heroes, an up-and-comer named Freestyle, yelled as he leapt into the fray with a spinning motion. The boy landed on one of his many spikes, moving like a top as he knocked out villains left and right. A neighborhood watch member charged forward, but Zenshin leapt in between him and a gangster, knocking out the latter with a swift punch. The boy looked to the man and put a hand up. "Don't worry, we got this," Zenshin said with a brave smile. "TCH, if that were true, then you heroes would have stopped these thugs already." The man, who had a muscular build with metallic hair, uttered the word hero like it was poison, glaring menacingly. "Not let it snowball out of control." Zenshin paused at the man's words, but his frozen state was seen as opportunity to most in the battle. This became evident as one of the gangsters, a small shark man, jetted towards him with beams of light pushing him through the air. The guy almost took a chunk out of the hero if not for the intervention from another. It was a heroine named Kaiden charged in with a punch before her armored costume opened its mouthpiece and assaulted the thug with whips. Zenshin mentally cringed at his hesitation, almost getting himself killed. To make up for this, he ran ahead, tackling a stone golem girl into a guy with wings for arms. The two rolled into a street light, where they collapsed. The boy then aimed and fired black whips at the more airborne gangsters, tying down a wasp girl, a man with only holes as a feature, and a guy with wheels on his body. The three kept to the air with their quirks, with the whole human blowing air out and the other man spinning his wheels at incredible speeds to mimic a copter. The wasp girl gave the most resistance, dropping down as she aimed her extra appendage, a thorax, at the hero, firing away stingers. Bringing down her cohorts, the hero jumped to the side, avoiding the spikes. One slam for the guys and the boy was free to take on the wasp girl. But he saw Alien Queen jump up behind her and throw webs of non-acidic goo, immobilizing the gangster. The pink girl landed with a spin, taking the heel of her foot and digging it into the falling wasp's stomach, knocking out the thug. She turned to Zenshin with a smile and a pose. "Retreat," cried one of the gangsters, as he threw down a smoke bomb. All the smoke smelled terrible as the thugs disappeared into thin air. Everyone looked around, but only half were caught. The neighbor watch huffed as they walked away, holding up rights for quirk usage. Some gave the heroes the finger as they left. "Looks like another vigilante group." Zenshin watched as some were being questioned by some heroes and nearby police. One of them snarled at a hero before leaving, wanting nothing but to be left alone. Only this one seemed more violent. Another hero, a upstart named Feedback, walked as he wrapped an arm around Zenshin. He was dressed flamboyantly, looking like a rock and roll monster in a red costume. Will you relax? There's nothing wrong as long as we're here. He turned to the crowd, or more specifically his phone, posing. Ain't that right, folks? As long as true heroes exist, we won't let you down. The screen lit up with various reactions as Zenshin glanced over his shoulder. He carefully and respectfully removed the arm as he walked away. The hero heard feedback questioning him, but he didn't bother to listen. The neighborhood watch has him thinking, mainly about the gang. He didn't notice any lenses following him. The news he promptly arrived, mostly local, and immediately started asking standard questions. What happened? How did this happen? How did you come to stopping the gangsters? Who would you say played the biggest pet in the villain's capture? Any comments? The list went on as the reporters first stormed Zenshin. The boy stared behind his mask as he tried to answer as professionally as possible before other heroes butted in. Those from before, feedback and freestyle, acted buddy-buddy with Zenshin as they soon took the spotlight away. Once the punks were taken into custody and everyone was safe, Zenshin turned away, about to leave, until someone called out to him. He knew the voice wasn't a reporter's by her concerned tone. Izuku. The boy looked up to see black and yellow eyes staring into his. Seeing the pink face of Mina made the boy's mind halt as he gazed at her. The girl did not wear her signature smile, adopting a more neutral look between their moment of silence. Hey, Mina greeted meekly. She gave a small wave, walking up gently to the boy's side. You all right? Izuku felt a wave of relief, like the stress from just now slowly hooked and reeled out of his body. Not sure how to process his emotions, the boy hugged Mina, who returned the gesture. Bad day, huh? Guess the gang war took as much out of you too? She asked, basking in the warmth of the boy's body. More like a long one. Izuku's voice was quiet. The pink girl noticed his expression and realized that there must be more going on. She pondered on the right words as she wakes along the boy's side, noting his tired expression. Do you know what you need? She asked, now smiling widely. Izuku was quiet as he turned his head towards her. The girl stared at him while he raised a brow. Come on, Mina said, grabbing the boy's hand. Despite the boy having a super strength quirk, he felt unable to resist the girl. Where are we going? Izuku asked. We need to cheer you up, and I know just the place. Midoriya stuttered a response as he was being pulled. He was too curious to activate his quirk, and he felt too lethargic to do so, opting to see where they were going as they went down blocks. Mina looked around as her finger acted as a compass. It would sway to the left then to the right as the girl found her bearings and landmarks. At times, it seemed more like she was lost and dragging the boy around for nothing, only to stop at a corner where she jumped a bit. Ooh, there's one here, Mina exclaimed, running full force with Izuku in tow. Mina, where are? You'll see. Now hurry up. I know the perfect place to unwind, she said as she kept dragging him. A few blocks later, the boy soon saw where she dragged him to as they stopped at a quiet road. The streets were mostly empty save for the open stores and its employees. It wasn't bustling or trendy, but it had an old-fashioned feel as Mina pointed at a building in the middle of the block, in an alley. Here, Mina exclaimed. This is the place. Izuku looked up as he saw a neon sign on the side of the building. A karaoke bar, Izuku said. Waking into the building, the boy looked around at the entrance. He never seen a place quite like this. It was quiet, too quiet for his liking. Whenever the boy heard of the activity, he had always expected more noise and vibrant settings. But the entrance looked warm and cozy as Mina bounced up to the clerk. Room for two please. She leaned onto the counter, holding out 2 fingers with a bubbly smile. She placed money in the coin tray as the clerk typed away on the computer. Thank you for your patronage. Room 6, on the 2nd floor, is available for your use. Have a good day, the worker said as he handed Mina the keys. The pink girl thanked him as she gestured Izuku to follow her up the stairs. The place seemed quiet as he heard music from the rooms upstairs. The hallway with their room was warmly plain with a simple rug and doors. Mina dragged Izuku to the karaoke room, excited as she closed the door and picked up the tablet. She started ordering a bunch of songs as she held onto the microphone by it. After picking 10 songs, she handed it to the boy. Mina, why did you bring me here? Izuku asked, taking the tablet as he looked over the songs. There was a variety of playlists and choices that the boy didn't know where to start. To relax, Mina said through the mic. She walked to the small stage in the room's back as she twirled around before stopping, pointing at Izuku. And if there's one thing that gets the funk out, it's karaoke. I don't know, Mina. Would All Might back down from karaoke? Mina yelled. She got her results as the boy groaned, knowing how much the boy's idol could be used as motivation. But I don't know any songs. Midoriya droned. Then let's start with the ones I picked and we'll move from there. Mina held out her hand as Izuku looked up. She put away the mic as she stared into his eyes. Come on, Midori. I know we didn't get to hang out much in UA, but if there's one thing I've learned, you gotta sometimes try something new. If you don't like it, I won't ever come here again with you. So what do you say? Izuku stared at the pink hand near his head. He sighed as he tapped on the tablet, giving a small smile. All right, but let's get something to drink first. I could use some tea, Izuku relied. Yeah, Mina screamed, making a V sign. Let's party all night. While metaphorical at best, the two decided to stay for a while. Midoriya was never much for singing, evident as Mina laughed at his tones. Seeing the boy sweat as he stuttered at some notes was quite a laugh. Come on, it wasn't that bad, Izuku said, scratching his hair. You kidding? It's like a insert hearing you sing. Mina grabbed her glass of pink lemonade as she continued. I mean, you'd think a hero aiming for the top would go beyond. Like All Might said, plus ultra. No sooner did she say those last two words, Mina threw her glass into the air too fast. The beverage flew up like a geyser before making its way onto the girl, staining her tank top. Seriously, the girl cried out, combing her hands through her hair. It was a sticky mess that ruined the girl's morning brushing. She paused, hearing a snort from Izuku, who was tearing up. Oh no you don't. Mina jumped the boy, attempting some form of payback. But it made Izuku grab her hands, holding her back with his natural strength. Super strength or not, he worked out regularly, resulting in physical strength that Mina couldn't surpass. The girl's attempt at saving face had the boy bursting out into laughter. He couldn't remember the last time he enjoyed himself outside of hero work. You think that's funny, huh? Wait till I. Thank you, Mina. Izuku's words snapped the girl's attention to him. She saw him with a real smile, the kind that genuinely happy. Anytime. The pink girl stopped her attack as she moved her hands to the boy's side as they smiled at each other. The darkly lit karaoke room became quiet as the two stared into each other's eyes. The laughter became silent as they realized how close they were, blushing a deep red, but not breaking the eye lock. Midoriya didn't know what pushed him. Maybe it was the stress of today or the fact it was just the two of them, but leaned in as Mina's widened in surprise. But soon the girl responded by tilting her head up. The two closed the gap as their lips collided, and they paused as they savored the kiss, now realizing what was happening. Gazing into each other's eyes, Izuku and Mina melted into each other's lips as they wrapped their arms together, not intending to let each other go. The kiss was chaste but passionate as the couple closed the gap between their bodies. Izuku noticed how Mina's lips had a citric taste, similar to a lemon or orange. It gave a sharp tingle on his mouth, enticing the boy, and he leaned in. Throughout his life, the boy couldn't remember when he could feel such illicit emotions, rolling the girl over as he deepened the kiss, only to be pushed back as Mina parted their lips. Seems someone's a little antsy. Mina teased with a kick of her lips. It sent a clear message that brought Izuku back to earth as he stood straight with a blush. Sorry, it was just that. He didn't finish as the pink girl laughed, pointing at his face. She calmed down after a moment wearing a sultry smile. Mina touched her lips, blushing as her arms draped over the man's chest as she laid down on him. She snuggled with a hum, relaxing the boy as they leaned into the booth seats. A muscular arm found its way around the girl's back and onto her shoulder, making the two smile. So. Izuku paused as he stared at the pink girl. He saw the warm smile on her face, making his light up a new shade of red. I take it you. I like you, really like you, and I don't mean as a friend, obviously. Mina pushed the boy onto his back. She climbed up, locking their eyes, and showing Midoriya her feeling through her black and yellow eyes. These past few weeks of meeting up and getting to know each other, seeing you. I call them great, and I want to see where this goes." The pink girl leaned down, kissing Izuku on the lips again. The abrupt confession and kiss knocked the wind out of him, but he soon melted into the action, wrapping his arms around the girl with a squeeze. He had forgotten this feeling of acceptance. The only time he recollected this was back in high school, but the memory was too distant to see as the two continued their second kiss. Time was irrelevant as the dim lights in the karaoke room. The tablet laid on the table, collecting dust. It was only until a knock on the door did the two parted. Mina sat up straight, blushing madly with a goofy smile. She played with her hair as Izuku stared at her before getting up and going to the door. It seems the couple forgot about the next serving of drinks they ordered, coming at the most inopportune time. A quick thank you, and the boys sat back down, placing the beverages on the table. Back to enjoying each other's company, Izuku and Mina engaged in another staring contest. The bashful body language the two had could make anyone suspect they were high school students. Neither of them knew what to say, but the boy had a feeling about how to break the ice. Midoriya handed Mina her drink, blushing deeper as he felt her hand touch his during the exchange. He lifted his up and smiled. "To us." Those were the only words he said as the couple toasted their drinks, finishing them off in one go. Mina had a funny look in her eye, glancing at her now boyfriend. Almost instantaneously after the two topped off their beverages, the pink girl wrapped her arm around Izuku, squeezing the two together as she got out her phone. Only after a flash of light did the boy notice the picture on the girl's phone. And it was only through reflex he saw the girl open her social media app, Maiteu, and upload the pic. "I'm posting it." Mina got out her phone, pushing back Izuku, who attempted to snatch it out of her hand. It would have worked if it weren't because the boy was much stronger than her. Before anything could be sent, the phone was snatched out of her hand. "Mina." Izuku's voice was begging the girl to stop. For a moment, it excited the girl, giving her a sense of power over the boy. But after a few minutes of unsuccessfully trying to reach her phone, the girl calmed down enough to listen to the boy and his reasoning. Midoriya grabbed Mina's hands, holding them firmly in his own. It had been a long time since the girl felt such strength. Memories of a past romance filled her head, but that was too far away for her to care as she stared into the boy's green eyes. "Mina," Izuku started, "I know we're now just going official, but I don't want the world to know, yet. We both have issues with our agencies and I think if they found out, it would just add too many troubles." He squeezed the girl's hands with controlled strength. "So please, can we take this one step at a time? I've never had anything like this before." Mina didn't look convinced as she puffed her checks. Her finger wiggled above the send button, dancing threateningly in the air. "Plus," Izuku blushed as he pointed to her shirt. "I don't think you want to send a picture with your shirt, like that." Mina blinked, glancing at the photo before looking at her chest. All the swirling emotions made the girl forget about her soaked, white tank top, which now exposed too much pink. The girl blushed, turning her head to see the nervous grin on Midoriya. A competitive smile formed on her face as she leaned in. "And you didn't tell me this, why?" Mina took her arms and used them to squeeze her chest as she stared intensely at her boyfriend. She gave a sultry stare while biting the bottom of her lips. Izuku couldn't properly respond, darting his eyes at his girlfriend's antics as he tried to maintain eye contact. Normally, Mina wouldn't let him get off that easy, but she shook her head and relaxed her arms. Her giggle signaled how she was getting at his goat. "Don't worry, I know we're just started dating for real, but I don't think you'll be getting any tonight," Mina teased, wrapping her arms around the tomato-faced boy. She leaned in, pressing her damp chest into Izuku's arm. Fluttering her eyelashes, the girl had the most dangerous look as she spoke. "But I will tell you how worth the wait it is. The only question I'll ask is, how long can you wait?" Putting a hand on the boy's chest, the girl gave a soft, chaste kiss on the lips. Right now, it signaled a patient emotion for them as the boy held onto the girl's face, ignoring everything as they soon resumed themselves, enjoying the night. The next morning seemed more cheerful as Mina Ashido got up. She looked around her room, feeling greater joy than she normally does. Her bed, flashy with some decorative pillows and sheets, was a mess as the girl sprawled out with a yawn. Her pink and red decor almost camouflaged her skin as the girl inspected her bed. No holes, good, Mina said as she took off her sleepwear and changed into her uniform. She settled into her kitchen, picking out something sweet to add to her usual breakfast. It was nothing special, but a sugary taste was usually added in the mornings in lieu of coffee. After that, it was time to work, or that's what it would say on paper with the hero's commission. For the pink girl, being a hero never felt like work. And that was one of the best parts. With an added skip to her step, Alien Queen surveyed the streets. Looking over other hero couples, the girl's heart swooned at the thought of one between her and Zenshin. She knew the photo alone would generate immediate emotes and comments, but that would be later when things would settle a bit. The girl's thoughts ended as she collided with the ground, not realizing she had tripped on the sidewalk. With a red face, the girl got up as fast as she could, much to the ire of nearby pedestrians with their phones out. Alien Queen would not end up as a meme on the internet to point and laugh at. It was one of the few things a hero had to look out for in his or her career. Social media will always be the boon and burden of a hero society. A lesson she never wanted to learn the hard way. But work came first as a cricket man pushed through the crowd. Leaping onto the rooftops, he escaped from the officers following but not from the other heroes that followed. While Alien Queen's acidic powers didn't allow the same amount of mobility as others, she could keep up with her acid jet technique, but not forever. Scaling the buildings was a simple matter. The only issue was not melting the walls to she'd had damages to pay. Making her way to the roof, the pink girl paused as she noticed the heroes were knocked out and the cricket man was gone. She examined the area, finding a few bruises on the competition. Whatever happened, that guy was good, Alien Queen commented as she called the hero health department to pick up the defeated heroes. Jumping down to the streets, a large non-acidic blob was thrown into an opening as Alien Queen landed softly. Bouncing off the gelatinous pad, a few shots of acid dissolved the substance, giving the girl time to make a cute pose on her feet before continuing her patrol. Looks like someone's trying too hard to be popular as usual, came a voice. Alien Queen stopped, her pink face turning red as she held her breath. Only one hero would talk to her like that. The pink hero turned around to see her fiercest rival in the hero business, Junglestorm. The heroine was beautiful with long flowing locks of green hair with tanned skin on a voluptuous body. Among the heroes in society who used their looks to get ahead, Junglestorm was oddly provocative with a leopard print, leather loincloth, sports bikini that looked more like it belonged in the jungle than in a city with boots and gloves. Her presence brought lustful and confused faces and the crowd as the two engaged in a stare-off. Some had taken pictures, walking by. Junglestorm, Alien Queen said bluntly. Alien Queen, I see you're looking as eye-catching as ever. Though that's probably the only reason why you're so high on the charts. Mina's face couldn't hide the dark tone in her voice. It takes more than ideology to be a hero. Junglestorm posed with her hands in her hair. And if you want to make a point in the world, you gotta rank up in the polls, sometimes by any means. Mina pouted, crossing her arms under her chest. Her figure was well developed that she could be a model. A coquette part of her nature sometimes accented her body but barely managed to compete with Junglestorm, who could use such sex appeal to distract the bad guys before taking them down. It's a sad truth, but still a truth, Junglestorm said with a shrug. She eyes the skin-tight suit underneath Alien Queen's jacket. Maybe you should update your outfit. You have been wearing that similar design since your debut, but that won't make you sexier than me. The pink girl glared with a small blush underneath her mask. She was about to retort when a large crash occurred in the middle of the road. People yelped and screamed as the cricket man from earlier landed with a loud crack, getting up from his crater unaffected by the fall. Everyone, take cover, Alien Queen yelled. I'll handle this, Junglestorm added as she activated her quirk, Calfbody. Her stomach contorted as the girl's arms changed shape, creating holes as a swarm of albino bats flew out of her arms, and a boomerang flew out of her gut, swirling in the air at the cricket man. But Alien Queen wouldn't let her rival take the spotlight. She fired off her acid like a whip, sending it death like a lasso. The cricket man saw this and leapt to the sides as the boomerang missed, coming back for the return trip. His hands reached into his pockets as he rolled to the ground. Jumping forward, he dogged the acid whips, using the attack as cover for the bats, who promptly got stuck in the ropes. "Get your acid off my cell, bats!" Junglestorm yelled. "They don't summons them as I use my acid whips," Alien Queen retorted, and the two butt heads. Staring at the two, the Cricket Man chewed his mouth as the boomerang closed in on him. It was then he took out his hands and turned around. The sound of bullets flying paused the crowd as the man held two pistols. The boomerang fell to the ground, split in half. The two girls stopped fighting as they saw the cricket staring at them. Silently, the man twirled his guns with a neutral face. At least it seemed that way, as having a cricket face made it hard to tell what he was thinking or feeling. "Take this," the girls cried out as they readied their powers. The Cricket Man jumped up, aiming his pistols. But while the girls focused on the barrels, they didn't see him twisting his long slender legs, rubbing them together. A sound emerged, so sweet and calming, making eyelids heavy. "Lullaby heroes," the Cricket Man said. Alien Queen, using all her willpower, summoned a barrier, engulfing her in Junglestorm like gelatin as her eyes closed. The sound of gunfire broke the lullaby. The crowd snapped awake in fear as many checked themselves for bullet wounds. But no one was harmed. Not even the jelly-like barrier was scratched. Alien Queen removed the protection to see nothing had been damaged. The only change was that the Cricket Man was gone. No bullet marks were seen, but Mina checked to see if anyone was all right. To her surprise, nobody needed medical attention or fell to the ground. It was a bloodless scene. "Don't worry, everyone. Our combined efforts have scared the villain away, but don't worry." Junglestorm posed with her chest out. "We'll find him and put a stop to his evil deeds." The crowd cheered, feeling safe as no one got hurt, and soon fans ran over to ask for autographs or selfies. Mina posed with a cute smile as people gathered around, but she sighed as more fans huddled around her rival. While a hero society had good intentions, she had to concede how popularity, whether spread through reputation or looks, had become a factor in a hero's career. Didn't matter how the person was spreading peace and justice, it was a harsh truth many had to understand in this modern world. Even Zenshin. While Izuku had started the day with a similar skip to his step, the boy had his work cut out for him only hours into his shift. Zenshin found himself hurtling through buildings as he was smashed against the walls, taking him to a construction zone. There, the vines hand constricting him tossed him to a pile of steel beams as the workers ran for their lives. "I must say, when I heard you were around, I relished the chance to see this brand of fertilizer," the villain said as he slithered over with his 6-root-like legs. With a leafy appearance like a garden planted into a tree, the man was at least 8 feet, towering over Zenshin, who pulled himself free from the steel pile. "I take it you're a fan," Zenshin quipped. While he had a brave front, part of him groaned at the pain he felt, having dented many of the metal beams. The walking tree garden stopped, giving the widest grin Zenshin had seen in his life. Thorns started to sprout from his face as his pure green eyes went wild. More like a gardener, who needs the best fertilizer heroes can offer. The villain smiled wider, almost opening his mouth in the process. "Call me Eden," Zenshin grunted, ramming the man with great speed as they crashed into some equipment, a cement mixer. Despite the damage done and the cement pouring onto Eden, the living garden stood up as if nothing had happened. This was a problem but to be expected. "You think you can beat a remnant like that?" Eden taunted. Izuku clicked his tongue, glaring at the man. A remnant. A person of interest from the previous crime lord, All for One, and his cohorts. Notable persons of interest that had been outfitted with multiple quirks. They could be compared to a previous multi-quirk project by All for One, the Nomu, but deadlier since the user maintained his or her intelligence. It seemed each had retained much of their humanity, evident by this one's personality. "No, so I took the liberty of smashing you into some quick-drying cement," Zenshin smiled as he reeled back a fist. The boy didn't know if the cement was quick-drying or not, but it was still a valid distraction as Eden looked down. Zenshin threw the punch but was shocked to feel his arm go through, feeling no impact as the plant body clamped onto his arm. "Nice try, but brute strength won't work on me," Eden taunted as his body turned to stone from the feet up, squeezing down harder as the boy felt his limb being slowly cut. Thinking fast, Zenshin raised his other arm and set off a smokescreen in the villain's face, making him cough violently as his grip loosened. With his arm free, black whips were summoned as he used them to grab Eden by his head. Flinging the man over his shoulder, the boy threw the plant man into a pile of steel beams. For most, good or evil, that would have been the end. But Eden got up, his body now turning steel. Nice try, but you just made me stronger. Eden smiled, picking up the beams with his vines. One of your quirks, you can change your body with whatever you're touching. Zenshin looked at the man's hands, where his body was changing from. A smile confirmed his theory, but he had to make another as the leaves on his vines changed shape. As Eden's body turned to steel, his vines whipped forward, throwing a barrage of spikes. The hero made a smokescreen from his entire body as he disappeared. The metal spikes enter the cover as he runs to the side. But he put too much power into his speed as the smoke pulled to the side, revealing his location. Don't think that's all I can do. Eden opened his mouth as everything was pulled towards him. The vacuum he created was strong as it reached beyond the construction site. The villain smiled as Zenshin was slowly pulled in. His body squeezed together as it formed a cauldron-like shape, lighting up with a fiery heat inside. The metal beams were brought in and melted into the man's body. You know, since you covered me in cement, how about I do the same to you with molten steel? I can do a lot more than make garden. I also need ornaments. Zenshin held his ground as best as possible as he calculated his next move. However, when he was ready, a wall of red light flew into Eden, pushing him 5 feet away. Looks like some needs a timeout. Or in this case, lights out. In his red, yellow, and green spandex, the hero Lights Out smiled as his accessories shined brightly in the same colors. The wall retracted into one of the lights on his belt, angering Eden. Eden growled as he vomited the melted steel, separating the vines when emptied, but felt the force of a swift and powerful Zenshin connecting a foot with his face. That sent him flying farther, but the villain took the kick and used his viney limbs to buff through the impact. You shouldn't have done that, Eden snarled. He leapt forward as Lights Out summoned walls of red, yellow, and green. The red wall blocked the villain as the yellow formed into spikes to keep him at bay. The green rerouted the villain into a sphere of all three, constraining him. Shouldn't have done what? Beaten you, Lights Out replied with a smug grin. Zenshin watched, feeling a tingling sensation in his brain. His quirk, Danger Sense, meant the fight wasn't over. The boy ran over as Eden used his body to expand, pushing the limits of the prison as cracks formed. Lights Out went wide-eyed as his barriers were broken through, watching as the vines raced towards him. He couldn't react in time. But Zenshin did as his fist collided with Eden's stomach. At first, the same results occurred, but the swing of the punch served upwards and hit the villain as his body was restrained by the boy's foot holding down his legs. Eden glared at the boy. He had never known power as he had as a remnant. If this hero was going to stop him, then drastic measures had to be taken to ensure the boy would never fight again. With the remaining metal on his body, the villain grabbed Zenshin as spikes sprung up and into the hero's body. The tentacle kind glowed brightly, exploding as it sent the two flying away. Lights Out ran over to see the damage as he saw the boy crash to the ground. The hero was breathing, injured as he was. For whatever it was worth, the last attack wasn't as powerful as intended. Wow, that had to hurt, Lights Out said as he saw the press arrive. Zenshin pried himself from the rubble. His body was sore in places he barely knew, with some fractured bones. He'd take care of this later, walking over to ensure everyone was all right. To his surprise, he saw Lights Out posing for the cameras. Eden was cuffed, and by that, he was contained in a box, being carried away by the police into a truck. Satisfied, the boy got up and started walking away, only to be blocked as the reporters ran to him. Zenshin, any comment on your collaboration with Lights Out? A reporter said with her microphone heat in the boy's face. Zenshin is the last of all for one's lasting impact on society after his death. Another asked, what are your concerns on the matter? Is it true there are more of these remnants? The list went on, but Zenshin didn't have all the answers. He did his best to quell the tide of questions as Lights Out came around with a smile. The brightly colored man waved off the reporters with generic speeches on how good always triumphs over evil. But Izuku had trouble believing that. As he walked away from the scene, he jumped to the rooftops for a moment of peace. But his danger sense kept going off, alerting the boy of more trouble. Clutching his head, the hero stopped to wonder what there was to be a hero right now. His phone rang, breaking him out of thought as he saw the image of Mina on his device. With a small smile, he answered it. "Hey, Mina," Izuku droned. "Long day." Mina recognized the tone. It was all too familiar for the girl, unable to count the days she would talk like that. Normal day. Except there was a remnant. Izuku hissed as he rubbed his shoulder. "You alright? I can come over if you need anything. It's nothing I haven't stopped before. Only this one got away. Smarter than he looks. You sure?" "Yeah, I'm good. And we're still on for the end of the week, right?" "Definitely. But this time, let's do more than dinner and a show." Izuku sighed as he recognized the mischievous tone in his girlfriend. A chuckle gave the okay to do something more than just sit and chat, unaware of how festive the girl could get. Izuku opened his eyes slowly as his alarm went off. The sunlight reflected into his room and alerted him to daylight as he groaned in pain. His bruises and fractures had healed nicely from the fight with Eden, but he was put on a day of rest to ensure proper recovery. The boy sighed as he got up, turned to the side of his bed, put on a pair of All Might slippers, and reached for a matching robe. Going to his closet, he saw a sticky note that said, "Come downstairs." The boy groaned, having an unusual feeling about this. Only one person he knew would leave a note on his closet and could do so without alerting him. Opening his curtains, he looked out the window at miles of untouched wilderness. The mountains shining against the sunrise were beautiful, waking him up more. But the smell of food reminded him he had company as he walked downstairs. The smell of fish, rice, and vegetables grew stronger as he turned to the kitchen. "Good morning, Mom," Izuku greeted his mother. Midoriya was cooking at the stove, standing on a step ladder as she used her quick to multitask in the kitchen. Lifting salt and pepper shakers with her mind, the woman shook the pans by hand, flipping yakizakana onto 3 plates. She finished the presentation, turning around to greet her son. "Good morning, Izuku. Pardon the intrusion, but we wanted to check up on you," she said. "It's all right. I gave you a set of keys for a reason," Izuku replied with a small nervous smile. Midoriya jangled her copy of the house keys as a stack of plates followed her to the table. Alongside the table was Izuku's idol and mentor, the former #1 hero and national treasure, All Might. However, these days he goes by his real name, Toshinori Yagi. Yagi was a tall man, even for his age, but despite his status of former hero, his body was lanky and skeletal. The best way to describe him was skin and bones, an almost horrifying look if not for his calm and kind demeanor. Izuku sat down at the table as his mother placed the plates accordingly. He was now red with embarrassment as Yagi stared at his outfit. The former hero sputtered a laugh from his awkward smile. "I see you're still as big a fan as before, Izuku," Yagi said, stifling his laughter. Izuku hummed an answer as he picked up his chopsticks. Poking at the fish, he ate the mackerel in one bite, almost inhaling it. It was an unconscious decision, promptly recognized by his sudden coughing as he shallowed. Grabbing a napkin, the boy wiped his mouth. Eyeing the stares from across the room, Izuku put down the napkin and chopsticks. He realized they came for more than just a house visit this time. "You're here because of the news a while ago, right?" Izuku asked. Yagi nodded, holding no smile. Inko said nothing. "I see another revenant appeared. That makes 2 so far," Yagi added, holding 2 fingers up. "He does not touch his food," staring at the boy. "And this one was on the lookout for me," Izuku put in his 2 cents. "It's safe to say the rest of them will act the same way." The 2 nodded, phasing as they heard Inko tap at her plate with her chopsticks. The mother repeated her actions, wearing a blank face compared to the others' dropped expressions. "That isn't to say I won't be careful, even more so. Just that they'll make things more difficult. And besides, one thing about a society of heroes, I can't get back up in seconds." Izuku flailed his arms as sweat poured out his body. His dry clothes began to stain with his body's scent as he tried to calm the mother down. But it seems Ms. Midoriya is not as concerned about the criminals, giving a warm smile and faith in her son's abilities, not just his quirk. Izuku and Yagi sigh, going to their meals. The topic of revenants would be brought up another day without her company. But that didn't mean Inko did not come here to cook. So about Mina. Inko put down her chopsticks and stared at her son. Izuku choked again, coughing out bits of his water with a red face. After a moment, he collected himself to stare at his mother's excited smirk. A glance from Yagi made the boy realize this was the main reason for the visit. It seemed danger was second fiddle to hear about the boy now dating someone. Where did you hear that? Izuku asked. Inko gravitated her bag over, levitating its contents into the air before pulling her phone towards her. Fixing the purse, she put it away and then began going through her device, showing pictures online. I keep with you on social media. You know how tendy hero dates are, Inko replied with a blank smile. Her son started sweating again, his clothes were becoming towels with his eyes as big as plates. Why didn't you tell me you were seeing someone? You know how long I've been waiting to hear such news. The mother's tone is full of disappointment as she pouted. She turned her face away from the boy as she continued. I should have seen this coming. Once a girl enters the picture, boys forget all about their mothers. Mom, that's not true. I was just waiting for the right moment. Izuku defended, slamming his hands to the table as he stood up. His mother giggled, lightening the mood as he felt Yagi's hand push him down. Just be careful, you're currently ranked 94th. Amongst the thousands of heroes, that's more than enough for the paparazzi and news media to peek into your life. Yagi put down his fork. He gave his successor a blank stare. That will also involve the people around you, loved ones especially. I can't tell you how many girls threw themselves at me. Not to mention a few guys. Izuku and Inko looked at Yagi with funny faces. The former hero waved his hand with an awkward smile. When you're at the top, you get all kind of fangirls. But I'm sure you'll find out, he added. Will that include more attempted suitors at the house? Inko sighed, rubbing her head at the migraine forming. Izuku burst out into a nervous sweat, feeling bad for his mother. The boy managed to have a semblance of privacy at home, but the same couldn't be said for his mother. Ever since Zenshin's debut, meaning his introduction with his original hero name, Deku, there had been a small wave of greetings and letters arriving at the mother's home. Random girls neither she nor Izuku met had stopped by to talk about dates or what the latter would like. Being a hero with fame was one thing, but not the same could be said for their parents. Be it from guests coming at all hours to gifts flocking her doorway, the mother sighed as she was used for meetings. Granted, only a select few of these visitors were arrogant or greedy personalities, but it was still too much at times. If it weren't for the fact these visits were spread out, I'd go insane, Inko sighed. Izuku stood up to comfort his mother, but he soon had the added misfortune of pain growing in his limb. He gripped his right arm, dropping his chopsticks as he hissed in agony. He felt a hand on his shoulder coming from Toshinari as Inko went to the kitchen, bringing back a bottle of pain relief medication. How many? Inko asked, but she watched as her son took the bottle and poured 4 pills before taking them with water. Izuku sighed as he stumbled to the nearby couch and rested. It would be 20 minutes before the medicine kicked in, forcing the boy to stay at home as his mother and mentor watched over him. I never thought All for One could do such a thing, Yagi commented. The day went by slowly as Izuku rested all day. Going around fighting was not a good sign when the pain and spasms appeared. It used to be a scheduled event, able to be estimated on its duration and appearance, but fortunately, such occurrences have become less frequent, if not still painful. On days like this, the boy would sit around and relax. But he still had plans today with Mina, something he could afford to do, as long as the paparazzi didn't storm them. Looking at the time, the boy went to his room and changed into a new outfit, a nice shirt with a leather jacket and a pair of jean pants. He bought this for his next date, mainly because the pink girl had told him to dress so for this location. The date seemed to have come faster than expected since it was scheduled a few days ago. Yet working as a hero made the days go by. There had been no major crisis or crime spree, with only a few gangs of notoriety doing any major crimes. Walking downstairs, the boy saw his mother and Yagi, still watching over him. The former took notice while being held back by the latter. Are you going on a date? Inko asked with excitement beaming in her eyes. She almost floated towards the boy as if her levitating powers had evolved. That was the boy's cue to run. Dashing out the door, Izuku hurried to the driveway, only to stop as he remembered how he had no car. He glanced out the driveway, noticing how many miles the nearest train station was. If it weren't for the spasms, his powers would have solved everything right now. "Are you all right?" Inko's voice drowned out the boy's thoughts as he turned to see her staring in concern. "I really should look into a car, huh?" Inko nodded, patting her son to comfort him. The jingling of keys broke the moment as they saw Yagi nearby. "Need a lift?" Yagi asked with a smile. While it was unavoidable to get a ride, Izuku and Yagi had to hold down Inko. The mother would not want to miss an opportunity to see the girl Izuku was dating in person. As much as the boy loved his mother, the moment was too soon. It was a good thing his mentor felt the same. "Izuku, quick, get this the train," Yagi yelled as he stopped the car at the train station. He held back Inko as the boy thanked them before bolting. One bullet was dogged, but it was only a matter of time before Inko Midoriya would try to see Mina. This was an inevitability in Japan with certain parents. Though the mother's protests could be heard, Izuku made it quietly to the train as he boarded. His brain sent tingles down his mind. Someone was in trouble. "Mom's not making this easy for All Might, huh?" Izuku muttered. It was true, as the small mother managed to give the former hero a run for his money. Police watched nervously as they recognized the former hero struggling to keep what might have looked like a small panda at bay. The train was swift as the boy exited. He checked his phone for the address of the place for tonight. Despite the previous spasm, he would not miss a date with Mina. He seemed too happy about this to care, trusting the pink girl if something were to happen. However, Izuku was shocked and surprised by the location of his and Mina's date as he arrived at the midnight serenade. To many, this place was a nightclub with a special license to allow dancing and other activities people could enjoy. It was more somber for Izuku and his classmates from UA, as the one who invested in this was their teacher, the R-rated hero, Midnight. The owner was a fan who was broken to hear of her death years ago. Though the heroine displayed a very promiscuous nature, a red flag given she was a teacher for underage first years, she still had a great career doing good at night. "Izuku." Midoriya turned to see Mina running towards him. She playfully crashed into the boy, using him as a cushion. "I hope I didn't keep you waiting." Mina greets with her infectious smile. She posed with two versus signs by her face, signaling how cute she looked. Izuku was caught with his eyes all over the girl. Since the location was a club, the girl wore a sleeveless, backless, turquoise tank top with hot jean pants ripped at the seams. It showed off much of the girl's skin, and while it normally was sexy, the pink hue of Mina added a more sensually soothing yet exotic touch, making the boy stare too much. Mina smiled widely before leaning down. She propped her chest up as her face tilted skyward at the boy's face, making his gaze stare into her black eyes. She knew he liked what she was showing, guiding his eyes back to her with a gaze before kissing the stuttering boy's cheek. "Maybe next we can go to the beach," Mina whispered as her lips parted from the sweating skin. "Also, you don't have to be so nervous. I'm fine with you looking," Sag added in a regular tone, flexing an arm. "I mean it too. I don't just got boobs and a butt. I got some real nice arms and legs. It's unique how wonderful you look." The words blurted out of Izuku's mouth without a second thought. It was now Mina's turn to pause, blushing a bit as she gave another one of her wide grins. However, this one held more sincerity compared to others. There was no flirty undertone or anything similar, making Mina look like the average girl and bring into Izuku more as they stared lovingly. For the time, Japan was far away, as was everything else. The moment would have lasted forever if a familiar face hadn't shown up. "Oh my." Izuku and Mina turned to see the faces of Yorzora Momo and Kyoto's Jiro staring at them. The latter held a knowing smirk, with the former blushing under her hands with star-struck eyes. Hey guys," Mina said with a stiff hand wave. The couple shared their blush while sitting in a secluded corner of the building. What was supposed to be a simple dance lesson became an interrogation like in the movies. It was a good thing that in every dance club, restaurant, theme park, or area of mass social gathering, there was always a section for heroes to enjoy some peace. At least until someone decided to leak photos or the paparazzi broke in. Sitting at the table, Izuku and Mina were now under the collective gaze of former classmates who had scheduled to come to the same club. It was one of the most astronomical coincidences, shrugged off as the focus was on the hot topic. Da, Mina said out with jazz hands as Izuku held his gaze towards the table. Drinks were condensating as they sat on napkins. Alongside Jiro and Momo, Ochako, Shoto, Fumikage Tokiyami, Yugo Aoyama, Denki Kaminari, Itsuka Kendo, Shihei Kuroyo, and Setsuna Tokage all starred at the duo in question. Well, most of them. Hey, Midoriya, Ashido. How are you guys? Shoto asked in a neutral tone. He bowed his head in repeat as he greeted them, making the other former classmates drop their bodies in comic relief. Read the room, Shoto. Ochako cried out, but I was dragged here just like Midoriya. That's because we needed some guys around while us girls had fun, Kendo remarked. The red-haired girl sighed in her light blue cheongsam. It's no fun if we constantly get harassed by fanboys. But wouldn't that just bring more? Shoto's lack of social culture was sighed at. This is why we forced you to come, Jiro snarked, fiddling with her phone. The girl's outfit seemed more appropriate for a heavy metal concert than a dance club. Yugo and Tokiyami nodded in agreement. Each of the boys sat beside Jiro, silently staring each other down, making their target blush as she ignored a stare from Mina. Jiro was a short tomboyish girl, yet she managed to attract the attention of different kinds of boys. Yugo Aoyama, with his Italian looks and bright blonde hair, was dashing with his stylized white button-up with frills at his cuffs and collar, adding to his charm with tight, purple pants. Participating in the staring contest with Yugo was Fumikage Tokiyami. Unlike the former, this boy's head was more like a simplistic crow than a human's, detailed enough to distinguish his aviarian features yet far from chapter nursing him for a giant bird. His manner of dress was like night to his rival's day, consisting of a leather jacket like Izuku with a black tank top, studded belt, and black jeans. While the two boys weren't enemies, their rivalry for Jiro's affection brought the attention of a third boy. Seriously, why is it you're blushing from these guys but barely gave me a chance? Denki yelled. He scruffed his yellow hair in a fit, wondering how things went wrong. He sulked in his all-leather outfit. Because I have a type, and I've learned jammy ways aren't one of them, Jiro remarked with a glare. I'd like someone to talk about more than just street stuff with hero work. Plus, I didn't want someone acting like I needed protection. The girl leaned in at the last remark. Denki tested up, going to his drink for relief. Common grounds do not form a real relationship, Tokiyami commented as Yugo nodded his head. It's also important to understand what someone wants, Aoyama added. Does that mean you guys will hold off on fighting over me? Joris asked. Not one bit, the boys answered in sync. Mina laughed as she saw the tomboyish girl drop her head. Others joined in, mainly the girls, as Denki sulked and Kuroyo watched silently. Shoto had his attention elsewhere as he saw Izuku lean into Mina as they shared arms. I was wondering why you guys were close, Shoto remarked. His voice was his usual steady tone, almost sounding as if the boy was apathetic to the situation. However, everyone knew him better and saw through the dull tone. Liar, Kuroyo snarked. Everyone turned to him, now remembering he was there. In the dark background, he was easily forgettable, given his powers rendered his skin to darkness, cameo flashing him. His white shirt and blue jeans were the only things sticking out besides his silver hair and red eyes. Wait, you're off the market. Setsuna leaned into the couple, narrowing her eyes at the pink girl. After a few seconds, she laid back in her seat, slapping his face. Do you know how this ruins my plans? I had a whole set of flirting I wanted to say to Greenie and could have executed it right now. Izuku blushed deeply. While the girl's crush on him in high school was unexpected, he soon found when Setsuna wanted someone, she went after him like a predator, which could be an understatement at times. Oh, yeah, Ochako's arms gestured inquisitively. You really had a thing for Izuku. I almost forgot about the time you snuck into his room during our third year. That wasn't me, Setsuna stated in a blunt tone. Don't get me wrong, I could've, but that was Mineta acting out of jealousy. Remember, he snuck in to plant something to incriminate Izuku. Yeah, can we not talk about him? Momo asked with sorrow posture. Her head dipped towards the table, almost like she was about to cry. She had dressed conservatively in a scarlet red dress with slits for dancing, but thoughts of the classmate made her think otherwise. Everyone comforted the sulking girl as they remembered another of their former classmate. One who was a constant torment to their first year in particular. Mineta Minoru was not the best subject during a social outing. Throughout high school, the boy's lust had become the face of his personality. This was rather strange as his quirk was interesting as he could pop off the purple orbs that made up his hair and throw them to trap villains. There was even a time when this ability was tested against Bakugo, who once stepped on a forgotten hair. It handled against the explosive teen's powers at full strength. That gave the kid a bigger head, almost to the point of death. It was a good thing he was knocked down many pegs shortly after. Sorry about that. Setsuna dislocated a hand and hovered it to the back of Momo, patting her on the back. Though it was hard not to blame him. I mean, by third year, people were jealous of you, Greenie. Izuku sighed, combing his hand roughly. It was not hard to guess that most of the table's faces were grinning as mischievously as Mina's. Throughout high school, his muscles had accumulated and toned to an almost perfect figure, to the minds of many. And with a fighting style that was being developed to use as many muscles as possible only made things more embarrassing as it shaped his body to his current form. Kinda reminds me of the time we tried to cut cheese off his abs, Setsuna remarked. How could I? You used the fuel my mother sent me, Momo said in aggravation. Ochako burst into a fit of laughter. She held the sides of her black, beige minidress. I remember that. Remember what happened afterwards. Oh yeah. Kirishima and Tetsu tried to copy that. Kendo added with tears in her eyes. Tetsu tried to cook okonomiyaki on his stomach. Didn't Kirishima try to cut tofu with his quirked abs? Shoto asked. That was a waste of time and food, Kuroyo remarked. Damn it, Midoriya, how'd you get so lucky with the ladies? Denki cried out with an accusing finger. I don't know. Izuku broke in with hands flailing. He gave the most bashful face, enticing the girls to tease him. Or, more specifically Mina. It doesn't matter as now you're mine. And nobody can compete now, Mina remarked, hugging the boy. But Setsuna gave a toothy grin. Oh, trust me. Setsuna's body broke into parts as they whirled around, reassembling on Izuku's lap. The girl leaned into the boy with a predatory smile. I can still compete, at least until I've had enough fun. Everyone blushed at Setsuna's tactics. Out of everyone's outfits, the green-haired girl wore a skin-tight, backless, corset dress slits to her thighs that seemed more like a second layer of skin. When her body had disassembled, the dress had been revealed to be taped on like scales, almost like magic as it worked with her quirk. It practically left nothing to the imagination. Mina dropped her jaw at such hard flirting. It became apparent how much forgotten effort Setsuna puts in her pursuits. Don't forget, Bakugo may have beaten me during the first year, but I made sure he never won anything against me again, Setsuna said with a grin. Kissing Izuku on the cheek, her body moved back to her seat with the same technique. But for now, Setsuna said, lifting her glass with a dislocated, floating hand. A toast to the new couple. Congrats. Everyone cheered with glasses high. Even Kuroyo gave the new couple a smile, happy for them. The group was now enjoying the sudden reunion, ordering drinks and food while catching up. Time seemed to fly by, alerting everyone as someone's watch went off, beeping loudly. I gotta go, Shoto said, turning off the alarm and finishing his glass. Getting up, everyone watched him leave as he said not another word. Going somewhere? Mina asked with a chippy tone. Or meeting someone. Normally the red and white-haired boy would stop and reply, but he kept moving. Exiting the door, he did not respond as everyone said their goodbyes. The only ones who had any idea what his stoic demeanor was about exchanged glances. What was that all about? Kuroyo asked. Think he's got a girlfriend or something? Kendo added, bringing a sense of excitement to the girls. You think? Mina slammed the table. Izuku held her back as Jiro, Yugo, and Fumikage shook their heads in unison. No, that's not it. Momo went back to stare at the door. She turned to Izuku, who stared back. I think we have the same idea, Midoriya responded with a stern face. So he's seeing someone. It's not our right to say who he wants to see, Kendo said, taking a sip of her drink. He's going to visit his father again. Izuku's words silenced the table. They remembered Shoto's relationship with the man and his reputation today, and they were being nice. At this point, the mood dropped. But one person decided to break that. "Hey, Izuku, want a shot?" Setsuna asked. To the entire table's shock, the girl had separated her chest, placed a shot glass in her cleavage, and flown it right into the boy's view. Tokage. Everyone cried out as Izuku felt his brain overheat. "Hey, I said I'd stop when I had my fun." "This is fun," Setsuna retorted. To the added shock, Mina leaned off her boyfriend as she took the shot glass with her mouth, grabbed it after lifting it, and downed the entire shot in one go. Things had spiraled to where some heroes looked around for anyone to park the events. To their hope, it seemed the room had no recordings of their table. Although the bartender was now cleaning air as the sound of glass hit the floor. "I was gonna drink that," Setsuna yelled. As the girls started arguing, Izuku held his hands up as the others watched. Ochako kept a neutral grin as Jiro snickered. Her admirers stared blankly. Denki, now feeling his heart sink lower, ordered another 3 glasses. Momo glanced at the exit. Her mind went back to Shoto, wondering how the situation was with his father. "Don't worry," Ochako commented, keeping her eyes on the love quarrel. Endeavor may be a controversial hero right now, but it's Shoto's been working on his problems. He'll do fine. Turning to Momo, the girl shared a silent conversation as the night went on. But Kuroyo had one question. "Why did I get roped into this?" Shoto Todoroki had come far into being his own person. He was high-ranking in the hero charts with his successful yet difficult career as a hero, and there was a reason why. Stepping through the entrance of an old-style Japanese home, the boy put his shoes into the entrance's closet, putting on slippers at the front as he had done for years. The slick floors of the hallway was dusty, not enough to be swept up by footsteps, yet still noticeable. The walls seemed all right, adding more of a depressed feel to them as Shoto made his way to the dining room, taking his place at the table. This had become a habit throughout his time here. Across, his father, Enki Todoroki, was sitting down, staring at a tablet. Food was at his side, but the plate was barely touched, cold at this point. "You came to visit." Enki kept his gaze on the screen. If he was happy or touched by the visit, it wasn't shown through his flaming beard, an odd aesthetic taste. The man never turned to his son, squinting his eyes as he rubbed a tear away. "You need something." "Not really." Shoto's blunt tone cut through the mood. "But you asked me to come, so why the message?" Enki sighed, not turning to his son as he said, "It's work. It's better to call me Endeavor." If there was one thing Shoto never got used to seeing, it was the state his father had put himself in over the last few years. Endeavor, a hero rife with controversy throughout his career, had fallen from his muscular physique to his now state of heroic frailty. He had been the previous #1 hero, long-time running rank 2. But those decades are long gone, a memory faded in the wind. After his part in the war against All for One, the man tried to maintain peace with his status as the #1 hero, but after having his family life exposed, detailing how he treated his children, more people started speaking out. It wasn't the parents or fans that turned against him, but the victims of domestic abuse amongst said families. It was a harsh topic Japan had kept under through the centuries that was wrenched open as Endeavor's behavior was revealed. Many children who ran away from their homes used him to bring the subject to light, showing the negative effects of how Japan treated such abuse. And when the flaming hero's dirty business was revealed, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. Enji Todoroki tried his best to keep up appearances, righting his wrongs, but there was only so much he could take. It wasn't that society turned on him, but seeing how he personified a major problem kept underwater, the man retired, saying how his past, while debatable on the subject of redemption, is starting to bring out a harsh truth. And that was not including how many heroes tried to take his position. It was a karmic nightmare that knocked every bit of sense into the man and then out, repeating in an endless cycle he either did not escape from or embraced. It was hard to say since he never said a word about it. "You didn't have to be a hero," Endeavor started. "Considering I didn't have a say in my life, it's better you shut up." Shoto stared coldly at his father, his right side sparking with flames as the room grew cold with mists of ice. How ironic that the child Enki had wanted to surpass everyone was using said abilities to scare him. If the man had been more apologetic, he would have jumped back in fear and respect. But that endeavor had long been gone, now feeling more like a relic stabbing at him to this day. His hellfire had become a ball and chain, cursing him for the rest of his life as he sat lifelessly at his proclaimed prodigy. Shoto, what I did was horrible. That's putting it mildly. And while I doubt I will ever be truly forgiven, what I can do is use my resources to prevent this act from repeating itself. What do you mean? Endeavor brought out a tablet. Unlocking the device, he scrolled through the apps until he found what he was looking for. That'll look for yourself, he said, handing it to his son. Being a hero was always an occupational hazard with various levels of danger that could fluctuate day by day, like waves. But that was made into a lingering thought, propagandized by the different hero schools and their teaching styles, making the thousands of heroes currently employed to even forget about this key detail. Today, the jester hero, Full Deck, was reminded as he held himself against his opponent, the much larger Hofuku. The colorful motley costumed man took out cards from various slits in his body, enlarging them to form a shield. Behind his Renaissance mask, fear and panic were hidden as his hulking figure pierced through his barrier, but his pride would not let him yell. You think to triumph over the great Full Deck? Full yelled with all his might. I have never been bested before. What makes you think? A fist cut off his words as he flipped backward. Out of reflex, the hero summoned 2 cards and threw them into the arm, breaking skin as blood came out, but that only angered the thug more. A flurry more came, but through his fear, he had not noticed Hofuku had sidestepped his attack. It would have been the finishing blow if Zenshin had not intercepted the attack. But the hero sensed great danger and flew over with great speed as his fist collided with Hofuku, putting distance between the villain and victim as the green-clad hero landed. Don't think you can win this now. Can you guess why? Zenshin declared with a sparked body. He raised a fist before pumping it enthusiastically. Because I'm here. Hofuku got up, angrier than before, as he snarled at Full Deck. The jester hero cringed in fear, his body taking steps back out of instinct, not wanting any of this. All the hero wanted was to fight crime and hear his name cheered, but now he faced a genuine threat. No voice could escape his throat except for the words. Now prepare to face the might of justice. We, heroes, shall now be taking you in. Full Deck proclaimed, earning cheers from the crowd as he calmed down, his ego stoking any fear. But that served only to frustrate Hofuku more. The villain felt his muscles tear from his rage as his blood reached a new boiling point, making this beyond personal as he readied himself to charge forward. You think you're the hero? Hofuku pointed with shaking arms, tears swelling as his breath hitched with gritted teeth. Full Deck looked at the man sternly, wiping the blood off his wounds. Ever since middle school, you always singled me out, just for my quirk being better than you, always throwing cards at me. Zenshin, no, Midoriya, felt his heart quake in pain as he listened. A sense of familiarity came from the tone of the muscular villain's voice, freezing him in place. And the day you took things too far, what happens? I fight back and the school calls me out for defending myself. The tears now flowed as the crowd listened. So I have to go to jail while you get to be a hero, after everything you've done. The time for words was gone as blind rage overtook Hofuku as he rushed over. He saw Zenshin coming in with a fist. Knowing the hero was more muscular, his stance relaxed with a slight twist of his body, grabbing the arm and throwing his opponent over his shoulder as the crowd parted in panic. Zenshin rubbed his head, getting up as quickly as possible as the distance between Hofuku and Full Deck was closed. The latter took a few cards out, enlarging them to match his size, stacking them. Blocker bet. That's not gonna work. Hofuku had his arm raised with an open palm. He used this to vault over the shield, somersaulting in the air before pushing his feet out. While not as strong as Zenshin, there was enough force behind his kick-out to smash him down, slamming Full Deck, who could only react in fear, into the street. Pin missile. The bully man yelled. The crowd gasped as they saw the hero smashed, the concrete cracked, with some of Full Deck's bones. Hofuku stepped off, huffing and panting. The move wasn't exhausting, but rather an emotional weight had been lifted off his shoulders, feeling free. He smiled victoriously, wiping a hand across his forehead. I take it felt good. Hofuku turned to see Zenshin standing behind him, staring with a dark glare. I've been studying his moves for years, and now finally got my revenge. The panting stopped, and the villain grinned wider. So yeah, I'm happy. Even though what you did was wrong. Zenshin's face kept his expression. After everything he did to me, you think I'm in the wrong? The muscular man arched his back, dragging one foot behind him. Revenge is sweet, but by resorting to violence, you might give the impression it's the only way. Zenshin began walking over with a mechanical effect to his steps. Like society gives us a choice. Meme era of the audience backed away, scared as they made eye contact with the thuggish man. Being born with quirks is one thing, but haven't you noticed how a small mistake can condemn you for life? Do you know how many villains started because of one bad day? All I did was fight back when was being cut by cards or pushed against the wall. The teachers did nothing, thinking it wouldn't matter with my large body and quirk. I was a martial artist, but I never wanted to raise my fist against anyone. Zenshin shed a tear. All I wanted was to help people. But this guy didn't like that I was better than him. He attacked me and no one helped me. With one last step, the two were now face to face, eyes locked as they stood against the wind, water against rock. Hofuku raised an arm, reeling back his fist. I know how you feel. That made the man freeze, dropping his anger and pain for a brief moment. I went through something similar. Nobody saved me. I had to keep myself together against a world that didn't care about my existence. Just being a person was enough to provoke that same word into attacking when it wanted. Zenshin's gaze softened with a flow of tears. The only thing I had were clips of All Might, and that wasn't enough to numb the pain. But you know what I did learn. Hofuku relaxed his arm, ignoring the world as the audience disappeared. It was only he and Zenshin, probably the first person to ever say such a thing from the side of the law. For a moment, the man known as Hofuku was gone, revealing the face of the bullied boy, Himito. Harming others would just continue the pain, trying to constantly feel good. In my second year of high school, I took down my bully. Hofuku was now gone as the thuggish man slouched. But I felt empty afterwards, wondering what to do now. Revenge is only sweet in that one moment before making you want more, trying to fill up a hole you shouldn't have. Looking at full deck, twitching with broken limbs while coughing out some blood, the boy's victory seemed small. For long, he had wanted nothing but his tormentor's suffering to have him be the true victim. Yet now, nothing had changed except for the empty feeling he now registered. What do I do now? Himito asked. Zenshin gave a warm smile, now seeing the boy for the first time, as he put a hand on his shoulder. Without a word, the hero walked Himito to the authorities, which were mixed with their reactions. As a smiling officer opened the door of the police van, two others slapped the cuffs on the villain with scowls, pushing him into the containment unit. Zenshin shook his head, walking up to the boy before the doors were closed. Right now, we can't forget what you did. Victim or not, you have to do the time, but I'll see what I can do for you. Okay. The cold steel seats of the van made Himito anxious. As officers added more restraints, he could feel nothing, but looking at Zenshin, he noodled with uncertainty. Thank you. Other than Mr. Laugh, you're the only one to help me. The van doors closed as a pat signaled the police to drive away. With some salutes, members of the force left, but one stayed behind. This had been one of the men to cuff Hofuku. You should have pounded him, the officer said with a scowl. You got lucky, but this was just a lucky shot. Next time, do your job. I am. Energy circulated around Zenshin's body as he jumped into the horizon. The rushing wind cooled his head. This wasn't the first attempt he made at handling a villain, and it wouldn't be the last. Sighing in the distance, the boy made his way to a crossroad, unaware of a pair of binoculars watching him from afar. Sitting down at a bench, the hero became lost in his thoughts, almost unaware of the flock of fans gathering. Only one word escaped from his lips. Last laugh. Being invisible had many advantages, especially for anywhere. Without anything to identify her, she was the wind, revealing its presence by the faint sounds of one listening. Of course, that was when she was naked, but the girl had months gotten used to her extenuating circumstances. Even though technically public nudity is a crime, her quirk did allow her to circumvent the law, if only because of her powers. But there was one flaw when patrolling: bumping into others. This only happened if she wasn't paying attention, but the occasional drop of her guard happened. And today had none of those moments. Anywhere was off the street, sneaking up on a pickpocket who had been under the impression no one noticed. And no one had because of her poncho with a neckline past her belly button. With everyone focused on her exposed cleavage, their personal effects left them undetected, distracted by a blushing face cupped by hands. With a wink of her eyes, no one would notice as she left, slowly gathering a fortune. But Anywhere saw this, following closely, waiting for the time to strike. And she found it as a man walked out of a hostess club, laughing his face off as he counted his money. The sexy girl had to walk with a sway in her hips, and the man stopped to gawk. Her chest pushed itself up with a smile as her arms spread her silky black hair, leaving the man a drooling mess. But as she reached out for the vulnerable cash, her hands stopped as they felt something soft in their path. She squeezed her hands for a moment, realizing she had grabbed a woman's breasts, but no one was seen. Got enough cash, Anywhere quipped. The girl jumped back, but her outreached pair of arms were grabbed, being used to throw her to the side. The remaining arms jutted out as they propped her up. All right, you're going to jail for pickpocketing. And I feel you have a lot more and to give back. Anywhere's voice was heard, but it confused the lady more as her arms held themselves out in every direction. Her poncho fluttered, showing nothing but the appendages underneath, drawing in a crowd. Sorry, but you can't flash in public like me, Anywhere quipped from behind. The lady turned with 5 to 6 punches ready, only to see an orb of light explode in her face. Flash reaction. The lady walked back and stumbled. Her poncho flipped, revealing another pair of arms underneath her chest, holding bags where her loot was kept. Anywhere lunged forward as she went for the arrest but found herself hitting the pavement, or rather a board where the pickpocket had landed. Getting up, the heroine saw a taunting message, "Better luck next time." Fuming, the girl slammed her fists on the board as she looked around. What happened? Anywhere yelled. From afar, the lady in the poncho panted as she found herself in an alleyway that was blocks away. Getting up, she saw a boy with binoculars, no more than 10, walking up to her as 2 more followed, a boy and a girl of average height in middle school uniforms. You all right, Aneki? The 10-year-old boy asked with his hand out. The poncho lady got up softly, smiling at him as she pulled out some of the money and handed it to him. I'll be fine, she said, but we have to change routes. Some invisible hero found me. Dusting herself off, the group left, watching out for anyone watching or suspicious as they left for the nearby train station. Nobody batted them an eye as the poncho lady went first, distracting the crowd with her looks as the others followed. The path to the station was clear as they met up, dividing the cash before splitting up. When we get back to Kabukicho, we'll have to get back in touch with Izuku. We'll need some backup in the future, the older boy in the middle school uniform said. I'll get in touch with Jericho. Maybe he can help, the poncho lady said. Lady Swiss, please be careful, the middle school girl said. It would be terrible if something happened to you. Lady Swiss smiled, dusting off her poncho as she boarded her train. You 3 get back, I'll handle things. Say hi to Ms. Shinsetsu for me. She winked as the doors closed, now out of range of handcuffs. Mina's body ached as she hit the showers in the changing room. The cold water soothing her shining pink skin after a hard day's work was a pleasant experience for her. But doing the right thing always gave her such joy and pride. It wasn't busy, but I'm glad no one got hurt when heavy artillery attacked. Mina rubbed her sore legs, bending over with a hiss. Her back shared the same sentiments as her limbs. It felt more like she ran 2 to 3 marathons than fought an S-class villain. Though I wish we had better backup. If that Mr. Showtime hadn't jumped in, we'd have him sooner. And Pa was just trying to hog the spotlight. If Battlefist hadn't come with true steel, actually, I don't want to know what would happen. The water stopped as the pink girl changed to civilian wear. Getting ready to leave, she went to a nearby mirror and flexed. Her curvaceous body had excellent muscle tone, but it made her smile drop, humming monotonously as she went from pose to pose. Though sore, her body was used to such rigorous activity, but that was not on Mina's mind. She had confidence in her quirk and dance skills, which added flexibility and honed her reflexes, but something felt off. A memory of the fight came as an acid-covered hand hit one of the many barrels of heavy artillery. During the fight, Alien Queen had managed to use that moment to grab onto the gigantic man, going towards the meeting of metal and flesh as she melted through the point. It was a tactical move that paid off, as even the slight burn created enough of a gap to make the villain refrain from using his abilities through the drum. But the hero was quickly thrown off as his fist landed on her back. That moment had bothered the girl, as her acid was versatile when she put her mind to it, but the impact made her feel weak. There was only one thing she knew would make her feel better. I gotta work out more, or at least figure something out. Mina rubbed her chin as she thought, an action she was never used to. After a while, nothing came to mind as she felt a headache overcome her. Furiously rubbing her hair, she yelled in frustration. Isn't there anyone who might be able to help me? Like someone who had trouble figuring out their power and then had to adapt with new ideas in. At that moment, Mina stopped, now smiling, as she pulled out her phone. She knew exactly who would help her. And in other news, a series of thefts and robberies have been halted by unknown heroes, who have not stopped to take credit all over Japan. Citizens are cheering for these heroes, after the loss of many heroes against the League of Villains and All for One. As the news anchor continued, Izuku remained on the sofa as he listened. A warm smile graced his face as reports of crimes being stopped eased his aching muscles. The variety of quirks was becoming more apparent as villains, but thugs and crooks began displaying more versatility, and this was starting to make his super strength almost mundane. While the boy had more than enough physical power to sink Japan, statistically, he needed to up his game. If not for his intelligence and adaptability, his ranking would have fallen into the hundreds, skimming the 4-digit numbers. And Zenshin was not the only hero in trouble. News media, podcasts, videos, and social media outlets formed a vast complication of recorded fights. The ratio of wins and losses was nothing to scoff at, but it added pressure to an already stressful job, which was part of the problem. It's not a job, Midoriya said to himself. Repeating his words like a mantra, the muttering habit reformed as time was lost. The boy snapped out of his stupor only when he heard his doorbell. I'm coming. Izuku got up, but as he went to the door, he froze, glancing at his phone. Before he gripped the handle, green sparks surrounded his body. A turn of the handle, and black tendril protruded from his left arm as his right fist clenched. Mina jumped back as she saw her boyfriend staring at her with intense eyes. The gaze made her break out in acid as she took a stance. Izuku, what are you doing? Mina yelled. The boy blinked as he saw his punk girlfriend growling at him. Her black and yellow eyes were full of danger, as was the acid hanging on her arms, bouncing in the wind. With a sheepish smile, all aggressions were withdrawn as the doorway was unblocked with a come-in gesture. Sorry, usually I don't have any company unless they call, Izuku asked. His face, full of apologies, soon dropped as he blinked for a minute as he realized something. Wait a minute. Extending his head out the door, the boy saw a modest-looking car with Uraraka waving through the window. The girl looked just as nervous, having jumped out of the car when it seemed a fight was starting. The exhausted Uraraka hit her head against the steering wheel, sighing loudly. Taking a deep breath, she exited the car and yelled, I thought you texted him we were coming. Mina fidgeted with her finger, looking between the two with a sly, raccoon-like smile. While Uraraka did tell her to notify Izuku, she thought it better to surprise him and lied about it. I thought he'd like it, Mina said. A bead of sweat trickled down her face. She watched as her friends hummed in disapproval. Mina, Ochako dragged the name. Izuku sighed, dropping his guard as he walked to the door. I'm happy you came, but next time, you tell me. Otherwise, I sometimes get jumpy, he said. The pink girl nodded. The bead of sweat trickled further down, accompanied by a second drop on her head. If the boy acted like this during surprise visits, that enticed her curiosity, but she would not inquire about that for now. Sorry, that was all Mina could say. Ochako sighed, shaking her head at the moment. Her phone pinged, alerting her to more urgent business. Midoriya, you tell Mina. I've got to do more than just patrol today. I'll text you later. Give Inko my regards, she said before starting the car. With a wave of her hand, the girl drove off, sighing as she glanced back from the rearview mirror. Her neutral face stared like that before going back to the road. Thinking back to their days at UA, Izuku was one of the most prominent inspirational students. Apart from All Might, Iida, and Gunhead, the boy had been her friend since day one, becoming best friends in no time. The maiden year was simple, but villainy, and not the random thugs that seemed to appear out of nowhere, pushed their education into overdrive. And all this was only their first year. As rushed as they were, the girl smiled, remembering how her goals had started from simple monetary necessity to seeing the bigger picture. Midoriya was one student who wanted to save people, and Mina was the same. I wonder how this'll turn out, Ochako said to herself as she entered the main road. Mina walked past Izuku, studying the house and its decorum intensely. To her surprise, it seemed like your typical Japanese household with the essentials, including the greeting area. There were bookshelves and furniture, but nothing designer or lavish. Nobody would think this was the home of a hero if they walked in, but then again, Izuku was never one for showing off. So, this is your home? Mina was uncertain in tone as her words scrambled out. Her face turned with an open mouth. It's home. For the most part, I'm not here all the time. Izuku walked around directionless with a hand scratching the back of his head. I'll show you around. He began to give a small tour of his home. The pink girl looked around with a neutral face, noting that something seemed off. This place is really not as I imagined it to be, Mina commented, searching the walls and rooms. I was kinda expecting wall-to-wall hero memorabilia or souvenirs. What gives? It got really embarrassing when All Might visited and saw I still had a room full of his merchandise, Izuku said, fiddling with his fingers. So I put a bunch in storage. Mina was confused now. Sure, the place seemed luxurious, but it didn't fit Izuku's character. It was almost like this was not the boys. Want a drink? Izuku's words cut through Mina's thoughts. Maybe later. Right now I wanna see more of this place. Specifically something that you wouldn't find in every house. Izuku smiled nervously before he clapped his hands. His grin turned genuine as he walked faster, beckoning the girl to follow. Where was he going with such enthusiasm? The pink rarely saw this side of the boy outside of costume, especially back in UA. Smiling widely, her curiosity grew as the two stopped before a closed door. Izuku slid the door open, revealing the contents inside like a treasure chest. How's this? He asked, gesturing to the room. The gym. Mina was amazed at the various equipment lying around. Dumbbells, power racks, weights, and even high-end technology were scattered in the oversized room. Usually, this kind of space was reserved for different recreational hobbies, but for the boy, it was all reserved for fitness and training. But as hilariously obvious this was for Izuku, Mina could not find herself smirking. She neither giggled nor teased a remark of the room's usage, standing silently as her emotions dwindled to an entirely neutral state. She turned to her boyfriend, her black eyes dull red with curiosity. Izuku, why do you basically have a gym built into your home, but no games or movies? The pink girl studied her tour from memory. I mean, even Iida would have something to do for fun, what gives? Izuku hummed indescribably softly as he walked up to a weight bench. His finger touched the barbell, loaded to 200 pounds. Whatever was on his mind, he did not share as he took off his jacket, beginning his reps. Mina did not pressure the boy. Instead, going to another room to change into workout clothes and came back in a white tank top and tie-dye sweatpants. The latter clung to her toned legs, accompanying her arms and stomach in showing off the results of an active hero career. Alright, let's test these babies out. Mina jumped around as she started with the hand weights. To her surprise, Izuku was completely absorbed into his reps, silently lifting the bar, never moving from his spot. Sweat began dampening his shirt after 5 minutes into the routine. This was the obvious result from working out, but what came next surprised the pink girl as she went over to a leg press machine with calf blocks. She watched as her boyfriend put down the heavy bar handle after a long set, his shirt soaked with perspiration, and began removing the top entirely, throwing it to the side as he rested for a minute. Mina paused wide eyes as she watched the boy's chest lift and drop with each breath. She knew having super strength would significantly tone his body, but seeing how chiseled the boy was now sent shivers down her body. Izuku Midoriya was no longer a high school student. Mina stood in place and stared as the boy returned to his routine, his mind on the task at hand. And the succulent sight did not end for the pink girl there. Throughout the hour, watching Midoriya's muscles move in sync as his body perspired began to distract Mina. She had barely registered her hand going for her phone as she took a few snapshots and a video. This is gonna be fun. Later on, Mina whispered to herself before returning to her workout. The hour flew by, and exhaustion knocked at her door before the pink girl knew it, almost ringing the bell in impatience. But that was not bothersome to her, and the expected guest was ignored as she grabbed a towel. She glanced at Midoriya, expecting him to be the same, but only saw the boy continue his weights and cardio. Nothing seemed to be stopping him. With a blank face, he looked like he was doing more chores than strength training. A girlish hand was waved in his face as he ended a set. His face came back to life as his head came to earth. It was almost curious how his focus narrowed in on his hero career, making it seem more cautionary than what your average person would put into this lifestyle. Many would stop after an hour, even the more ambitious heroes wishing to climb the ranks. But not Midoriya. He seemed ready to train for hours if not stopped. "Hey, I think you're good for today," Mina chimed in with a smile, hiding her concern as her boyfriend nodded. "Got any water? I need to cool off." "Sure, you grab some from the fridge. I'll get changed and swim some laps in the pool and..." "Pool, awesome," Mina yelled as she ran out the door. Finding her way around the house, she ended up outside in the backyard. Compared to the house, the swimming area seemed more relaxed with a large rectangular pool, benches, lounge chairs, and tables with umbrellas. Unable to hide her excitement, Mina caused a big splash as she cannonballed into the deep end, as Izuku caught up with her. Some water landed on him as he watched the girl backstroke in a lackadaisy manner, HMMING, a nonsensical tune to relax after an intense workout. Cool waters soothed the tension and burn of muscle fibers breaking down as the air above gave a warmer sensation, balancing the temperatures for maximum relaxation. "Mina, don't you think you need a swimsuit?" Izuku asked, scratching his hair. Mina stopped in the middle of the water, realizing she was still in her tank top and sweatpants. The drenched clothes felt heavy, not suitable for swimming or any water activities. With a sinister smile, she dove down, disappearing for a while. Izuku leaned over the side, curious about his girlfriend's smile. He had not known the pink girl well enough to know what she was thinking, mainly when she was mischievous. A large splash of water erupted as something wet slapped Izuku in the face as he squatted at the edge. Like a statue, the boy remained motionless as he picked off the soaked layers, staring at the same tank top and sweatpants Mina had just been wearing. His eyes darted at his bare girlfriend swimming in the pool. Mina. Izuku choked out in a red, stuttering face, frozen in awkward energy as his mind raced to process the predicament. "What's wrong?" Mina teased the boy as she sank into the water, lifting a slender pink leg in the air as ripples distorted the vision submerged. Don't make me say it, just put something on." The tank top and sweatpants were shielded in front of him as he dangled them in the air. Shutting his eyes, she could hear the drops of water dripping off the clothes and a sly laugh. His girlfriend just giggled and couldn't stop teasing him. The sight of a young adult reduced to a hormonal mess was something she did not know she wanted to see till now. And every second was hilarious as she couldn't hold in her laughter, pointing at her boyfriend, who could be mistaken for a traffic light. Mina, Izuku stuttered softly, unable to look beyond the soaked shields in front of him. "Not ready for this, huh?" Mina stood up as the sound of water rustled. No. Isn't this way too bold for you? Most people would be ashamed to expose themselves like this, so soon." "I'm not ashamed of how I look." Mina laid herself in the waters, floating aimlessly as she stared at the clouds. The teasing tone in her voice lowered as she calmed down. "And it's not just me. With a bunch of people, it doesn't matter how human you look." Mina used air quotes for the third to last word. "Doesn't matter if you look a little bit like a normal person. People will stare at you when you're the tiniest bit of a morph." Midoriya paused, now eyeing the girl with concerned curiosity. He sat down, dipping his legs into the waters as he listened. She turned her eyes towards the boy, the yellow in her black eyes reflecting solemn emotions never seen often. "I may not have a sexy outfit, maybe not yet, but I want to inspire people to be proud of how they look." Mina hummed at the prospect of a different outfit, but continued as she changed positions, standing up straight. Her arms covered her chest as her eyes kept staring into the sky. I've honestly been talking to other morphs too. Body positivity is something we all try to express. Midoriya, for all his bashfulness, could not stop staring at the girl. This was a new side he never saw in the typically energetic pink girl. It was mysterious and tantalizing, not from what was being shown from her body but rather from her soul. Mina, Izuku gasped, softly drawing out the name. Besides, Mina smiled widely. I trust you, Izu. Yuku looked into the waters, staring at his reflection, ruffled by the waves. A painful shadow could be felt creeping along his back as his eyes blinked, giving way to a storm of emotions he had been fighting his entire life. Growing up quirkless, the idea of body positivity, or anything that would bring him alacrity, was a pipe dream to him. He never met any morphs, but from the friends he made back at UA, there have always been hints of a troubled childhood. It never occurred there was a spectrum differentiating the preferences to those born quirkless and those born with inhuman features. Mina swam up and saw the turmoil in the boy's eyes. A soft smile was given before she exited the pool and walked to the house. I'm gonna get changed, Mina said, pointing through the door. How about I show you some movies I like to see? We'll rent something online, my treat. Izuku drifted out of his thoughts and nodded slowly, sailing out of his inner storm as he got up and went inside to relax properly. You'd think after dating Mina for a while, I'd see this coming, Izuku sighed to himself, closing the door as the sun began to set. Going to the couch, he turned on the television, glancing at the evening news and reports. A soft hum turned his attention as Mina walked in. Is the news the only thing you watch? Izuku turned to retort but was stunned red as he saw one of his large shirts covering the girl. WHWH, with the top two buttons undone and her long legs showing, Mina had Izuku staring in starstruck awe as she waltzed over to the couch. She giggled with her usual mischievous smile as she jumped on the couch and placed her legs along the cushions, draping over Izuku's limbs as he turned red again. Taking the remote, the pink girl scrolled through the list of purchasable movies in the demand menu. Let's watch this one, Mina said, stopping on a favorite. This is a good one. Izuku said nothing while the pink girl prepared everything for the movie, finding every snack she could find in the house and laying them on her legs. It seemed ease of access prioritized cleanliness as the girl would not allow any tasty to be out of reach. As they watched the film on the large TV, Izuku felt tense as Mina tried to cuddle closer to him. To feel another's touch so close had been unfamiliar to him, sending mixed signals of caution and anxiety as his back grew taut. Soon, green sparks of energy encompassed his body, startling the pink girl. You all right? Mina could feel the tension cycling in his body. Leaning back to her original position, she watched the boy slack his back and relax as the green aura disappeared. Sorry, it's been, well, Izuku could not finish that sentence, groaning into the couch as he returned to watching the movie. Let me guess, the most people who touch you are the bad guys you fight. Mina watched her boyfriend shamefully nod, sighing back into the side of the sofa. Izuku, being a hero doesn't mean you need to make your life about it 24 hours a day. And what was with your quirk? You just saw me naked a few minutes ago. Izuku was quiet, lowering his head in shame. He tried to turn away, but a soft hand guided his eyes into Mina's black and yellow orbs. There, his inner turmoil was on full display and he knew he had to tell her. I still don't have complete control over my powers, he said shamefully. Even after all the training in UA, I still can't go all out. The couple stared at one another in silence. The pink girl hummed in intrigue as she leaned her forehead against the boy. Her yellow horns combed through his hair, offering a soothing motion. Izuku, you are being too hard on yourself. You're not the only one who is still learning to deal with their quirk. To be honest, sometimes I think the system is still in need of work. Mina went back to staring into Midoriya's green eyes. Just because one becomes an adult, it doesn't mean problems go away. It just means that you have more to do. But that doesn't mean you can't find joy. Joy, Izuku said sarcastically while the pink girl placed a hand on his cheek. She placed a soft kiss on his cheek as she laid against the couch. I mean it. You don't have to have all the answers, just know you're going in the right direction. Mina leaned into Izuku, her hand reaching to his shoulder. She listened as the boy's breathing stabilized to an average pace, his muscles relaxing as his arms dropped to his side. Now, let's get back to the movie. I'm tired of being the mature one in the room. Mina giggled, eliciting a smile from the boy as they returned to the movie. One of the strong arms went around, landing on the pink girl's back. It was warm and comforting as she was to him, enticing the girl to lean into the gesture, repositioning herself to sit properly next to him. Next time I come, I'll bring some movies and snacks. Mina nuzzled her fuzzy head into the boy's arm. You need more than to be a hero. Izuku grunted in uncertainty, feeling the back of his head shiver with fright. A portal of darkness had conjured from the depths of his mind as the feeling of long slender arms reached out to him, whispers following and growing louder. Hey, Izuku, Mina's voice cut off the darkness. I gotta ask, do you think we're doing the right thing? The boy looked at her, puzzled at her question. With a low hum, his neutral face cringed as no answer came to mind. Hard to say. I mean, we're not only keeping the public safe, but this time, we're doing everything we can to change the way we do it, Izuku said. Yeah, maybe for us, but what about everyone else? Mina lied back, looking at the ceiling. I mean, there's still a competition, it just feels the same. Like nothing's changed. The boy and girl were at a loss for words, not knowing how right their hearts felt as the sun began to set. Darkness was now spreading over Japan, with whatever nocturnal evil that was now waking up. But for now, they could ignore that as they nuzzled against each other. Their company was a light in the same darkness they felt. Perhaps one day, they could find a way to bring more light. One day, Hero News. Greetings, I'm your host, Hiroyuki Yama. Today's subject. The 94th ranked hero, Zenshin, the new anchor exclaimed on the screen with all her passion, dressed in a winter themed. Pressing on a remote, a screen popped up, displaying Zenshin. His costume was partially tattered as his face showed off the ferocity in his eyes. These were the images that sold the most. The kind that sold on the news. In recent news, Zenshin has been seen on social media during his arrest of the A-class villain, Hofuku. Recordings of the hero talking down the hulking villain has sparked further debate as recent investigations into the hero full deck has revealed troubling news. Joining me on this topic is Professor Taman Oda, a professor at Genera's Institute of Research and specialist in quirk physiology. Another screen popped up within the stage monitor behind the host as a scruffy-looking man with sky-blue skin and navy blue hair appeared. He adjusted his glasses and coughed as he spoke in a gruff tone. Thank you for having me, Ms. Hiroyuki, Oda said with a curt bow. Professor, what would you say about the message the video is saying? Should we still be concerned about reforms within the Hero Association after the war? Many experts are stating everything is going smoothly, but please, give us your take. Oda took a deep breath before he started. Zenshin's popularity has been seen as a part of an ongoing trend lately among heroes in high to mid tiers. However, those posting such video are a handful of sand in a desert. He leaned forward. Yet, after the war, there has been a growing number of concerned citizens for bigger changes. An unprecedented event given, but what could cause this hero to bring up such topic now, after a few years into his pro-hero career? Hiroyuki forced a smile as she pressed a finger onto her desk. Another screen popped up, showing off a certain pink hero. Her smile thinned as she spoke. Maybe it has something to do with the hero alien queen, who's been seen talking to Zenshin, in and out of costume. I doubt it. Oda leaned back into his chair. He stares nonchalantly at the light fixtures. But heroes meeting, converging, often on the job is nothing new. If anything, he leaned forward. It is important to note the attention he is bringing. During the combined invasion of the League of Villains and the Meta Liberation Front, quirk discrimination was put on the center forefront, as you remember. The sheer magnitude of morphic villains rushed the streets of Tokyo, overwhelming anyone who opposed them. Blah, 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 just get to the point, sighed last laugh. The man leaned his head back over the top of his chair. Honestly, there's nothing interesting on the news today. Watching the news, a morning ritual for many in Japan. From both sides of the law, many tuned in to see the headlines. For this man, however, today's topic, Zenshin's exploits, and its flooding bored him beyond dead. An insult to the constant streamed litter of chaos that were the constant documented fights of so-called heroes and villains. The TV flickered between channels as Last Laugh sighed. There seemed to be nothing on the news except community service. In his boredom, he never noticed a pair of hands slithering up the back of his chair, only noticing as a woman snuggled against his neck. "What do we do about this, Pudding?" The lady nuzzled her cheek against Last Laugh's face, feeling him humming inquisitively. "You know, I never understood why you call me Pudding. It doesn't really say anything about me, but..." He turned his head towards her, squishing their faces further together like pillows. "Why do you call me that?" The lady gave a visible darkness in the light of the monitors. For a moment, it is hollow, almost childish, before her lips pushed together and part to show glistening rows of pearly white. "Because you're such a softie," she said. "Only for you." Last Laugh turned away from the nurse, going back to the screens. He put a finger on the girl's chin as they watch. "Now, let's watch something more exciting." Managers. For Mina, or rather alien queen, they could be the bane of her existence. Studying for a career in heroism in UA, the subject had been drilled into the heads of anyone who listened on how important a good manager is. Poll reviews, fan feedback, trends. There was no end to keeping up appearances. All according to the Hero Association. School that specialized in hero training had programs, internships, interacting with students in management, media, etc. However, with so much to learn, not everyone retained everything, and the years rolled away any knowledge possible. It was all troubling, but rumors about her and a certain green-haired hero were priority number one. New rankings would be posted in the coming months, announced before the new year. A higher ranking since the beginning of corporate heroism meant more money to come with the fame. That all began to change 8 years ago. After the war, this made management a necessary evil, bluntly clear to Mina as she did her best to listen. City sections, crime demographics, popular trends, and everything in between to see where the pink heroine could provide the most help. A sense of camaraderie has become important in today's hero society, which helped in the coming rankings. Of course, being on the news helped as well, bringing Mina crashing to the ground. Her manager's explanation bored the girl, who slumped her head onto the desk, more than usual. So, in short, once the new patrol sections are approved by the Hero Association, we can have you rendezvous with Zenshin on more casual notes, allowing for maximum exposure, allow the public to snap some photos, and spread the word. Everyone loves a power couple, and since Zenshin is among those compared to All Might, the press could go ballistic. Now we need to think about revamping your style. I know, you wanna be stylish and sexy, but we need to follow trends and... Once again, words overflowed Mina's head, coming out the other end as she sighed. Romance. All her life, the girl had dreamed of it. Her unique skin color stuck out like a sore thumb, or as she saw it, a pink rose. Ups and downs came with it, but after years of it, now that Midoriya appeared in her life, another chance came to her. And unlike the boys of years past, heroes would often see their dating life intertwine into their careers. While there was no opposition to the thought, part of the girl loved the idea, but she wanted it to be like sharing 2 points on the stage together. Her current ranking was in the 2 digits, but that was all her, and now it would only climb with help. She would compare this to a back attack, but it would be to consider Midoriya would use such a tactic on her. Coming back to Earth, her manager, Ikumi Hasayama, had not finished. Between the two, displays screens floated showing all the data covered. Mina's blush was uncontainable, embarrassed by her distracted mind. Sheepishly smiling, she nodded slowly. This habit had formed during her years in UA and was recognized by Ms. Ikumi. "Ashido-sama, you need to pay me more attention in these meetings, NYA, Ikumi said. Taking a pawed hand to her ears, the cat girl stared intently. Despite her feline appearance from her quirk, her slitted eyes made her gaze soul-piercing. Mina straightened her back. Her smile, still sheepish, hid her annoyance. At first, Ikumi's feline feature were too cute to ignore, pulling at Mina's dramatic nature to hire her in the first place. However, Ikumi had soon proved to be the most efficient supervisor, and if she was not so good at her job, this conversation would not be happening. "Ah, come on, Nayama. Do we have to use Midor, Zeni like this?" Mina whined. The piercing gaze of cat eyes softened to a stern stare. It was not hard to understand. Romance, particularly relationships, would be torn to shreds by the paparazzi. Despite the shakeup of the war 8 years ago, whatever changes occurred seemed to be nothing more of repeats from the past. It's just following the association's rules, Ikumi replied. The conversation stagnated. Right now Mina wanted to keep her boyfriend as Mina, not Alien Queen. Midoriya would not object to the idea of flirting during patrols, though the coming blushes from him were as obvious as the teasing would be one-sided. Well, they sound stupid. Can't a girl just have a little slice of loaf to herself? She flailed her arms high, wishing her hands could melt the terrible train of thought. Things had been progressing smoothly, if not slowly. It was comfortable, Ikumi sighed. Love lives and ranks would be picked up another day, and there is still much to do. Tapping on her keyboard, the display blinked into a vivid palette of fashion styles. Each pattern organized into square icons bordering images of leotards, coats, and frills. Every color mix flowed a psychedelic direction similar to Alien Queen's current attire. A focused test of design. However, this was rare for Mina, who always kept up a stylish appearance. Always flaunting her exotic sense of self like she was from another world. It has to be cute, not just sexy, Mina pouted, cruising a finger along the icons. And I gotta like it. Are you still in grade school? Ikumi pinched her nose. For what felt like the 100th time this week. Do I look like it? Mina leaned back with a smile, arms flexed behind her head, chest puffed out. Her coquettish figure had been envied by others, both admirers and rivals, and she knew how to flaunt it. The shade of pink only served to enhance her charm. Being pink had its share of trouble, but every moment was too enthralling to care. Ikumi's exasperation only fueled the ludicrousness of the situation as different poses were interchanged. But there was only blame for herself, knowing this would be the outcome as the pink girl's teasing was weaponized against the cat woman once again. Ashido, you need to take things seriously. You're pulling ahead in the polls. Need I remind you, that's a good thing. We need to keep relevancy so you can help us help you stay on top of things and stay in the game. Understand. Fine. Mina pouted. This was how she lived in Japan's hero society. Half was business, but the other wanted to have fun and save people more than anything. Not to say fighting people with dangerous powers reminded how serious the work can be. But can we make it shine? Like my acid, that's it. Exasperation filled one side of the room again, but the pause allowed the manager to think and process. Method could be found in madness, especially in a world where anyone can have superpowers. Tell you what, Ikumi slammed a hand. If you can work with me on getting your boyfriend into the picture acting professionally, and keeping things in order, I'll look around and see what I can about a cute, shiny costume. Deal. Mina pursed her lips, shaking her head like a child. A smile widened and she turned to the door. Just in time for it to slam into her face as 2 employees from the dispatch branch rushed in. Perhaps it was too soon to smile as news came after apologies, explaining how blocks away a crime was in progress. Glass broke as Alien Queen self-defenestrated to the streets. Immediately remembering the agency on the 6th floor, acid secreted into a long strand and was flung across the street. The rope splattered against the wall and a strong tug pulled the girl away from the building. Though training the secretion and strength of her acid granted versatility, swinging like a spider was near impossible with the tensile strength of a thin, gelatin-like string. But it was enough to break the fall, changing her trajectory before a wing of acid sailed along the wind. Using the gust to expand and configure the goop, the acid level was low, but high viscosity was needed, formed into a soft ball thrown ahead for a landing pad. On once again, Alien Queen arrives with a perfect landing, Alien Queen proclaimed, jumping off the gel pad to land on her feet, slicked with acid to glide along the walkway. She made it look easy to passerbys as the sight of a police line came into view. The acid flow flowed into a run, coming to an halt by the fences. Every cop present stayed at the edge of a purple smog that seemed to go on for miles. The wailed from within the opaque smoke sent chills down everyone's spine. Even the pink heroine had to take a step back. First professional hero on the scene, the crowd looked at the girl. Reaching into her jacket, air was grasped, noticing how her coat was left on the chair in Ikumi's office. While glad mask and sleeveless jumpsuit were stylish on their own, the pockets held nifty little gadget for some occasions like this. If not for a civilian dropping outside the borders of the smoke, there might have been enough common sense to retrieve the jacket. However, the situation called for action. Luckily, officers nearby wore gas masks, and were more than happy to share them. No hesitation, Alien Queen jumped in, arms first. Shapes could be seen against the moderate light was allowed inside the hazard zone, coated with the lilac color. Anyone inside laid motionless, heaving what little oxygen allow, clinging to life for as long as possible. A few citizens were in cars, sitting against the windows, eyes now drawn towards her as she traveled. My smog. Beautiful, isn't it? Huh. Alien Queen blinked, turned to see a slovenly, furry man with a beakish face walk over. Dragging a long tail, from its tip to the back of his head, the same purple gas in the area breathed out continuously through his clothes. His gaze lingered on her from the corner of his eye, almost like she was only a prop. The smog. My quirk, my will. Is this the work of a god of quirks? Maybe I should ask him later. Speaking to no one and distracted, opportunity presented itself on a silver platter as a pink blur lunged ahead, fist reeled back, cometing into air. Watching the man twirl to the side, the back of the tail crashed into her back with a wet slap. Digging into the earth with her acid, damage was mitigated, but that just meant the fight was not over. This needed to end fast. The longer Alien Queen took to bring the man down meant more civilians could be brought into the smog. However, it seemed the smog was not the only problem as she felt an unbelievable pain. Her back burned where the tail made contact. The mechanics behind this poisonous smog quirk allowed it to be applied physically. Mina cursed herself, letting her guard down like this. If experience had taught her anything, it was to expect the unexpected, especially if the bad guy doesn't seem like much. Seconds could no longer be wasted, but she was going to make sure the next attack connected. Obomorph. Several orbs were flung at hard she could. Whatever her opponent was thinking proved ineffective as clawed hands came out of his pockets, dripping more poison. Every limb was cuffed by the sticky globs, holding him down as Alien Queen covered herself in her acid. Acid armor. Running full speed, Alien Queen tackled the man, dissolving the orbs holding him as she rushed both of them outside the limits of the smog, into the side of an ambulance, knocking it over. The battle was over within minutes as the sirens alerted the presence of more paramedics arriving. For the most part, everyone was safe, except for the bad guy, who was unconsciously loaded into an specialized police van. Sleeping on a mix of painkillers and sedatives, a smug grin did not leave his face as he was carted away. People cheered Alien Queen's name for foiling the incident by herself, hailing it as a testament to her strength. Anyone not worried for the civilians from the smog lined up for selfies to tag the pink girl on social media. But deep down, Mina was groaning in the frustrations of the previous fight. Fans exaggerated how she must have toiled tirelessly inside the poison smoke, but it was really just luck. It was luck that made the guy underestimate her, getting a lucky shot, and thinking he could handle her in quick succession. Her back burned, still feeling the effects of the venomous tail slap from before. Even with first aid, the pain didn't diminish, testing the limits of her smiling face. The crowd wasn't dying down, and she did not want to be rude or crash their celebration. If it were not for the sight of Ikumi walking over, yellow jacket in hand, ordering for the people to leave for the police and paramedics to handle emergency procedures, minutes would have turned to hours. A catty scowl kept Mina in place. She did not dare look up to see the whatever lecture sprawled itself on the manager's face. There was joy in a victory, but the cat girl wanted to make sure her friend was all right, seeing the purple mark staining a pink back. That was going to be the least of her worries as reporters came for an interview. Good news was always welcomed, but the burning daylight reminded there could be so much done still. Specifically in negotiating Zenshin and Alien Queen to boost their rankings. It took another hour, but Ikumi had mustered enough of an argument, persuading Mina to journey over to Izuku's agency for a chat. In between fans, the train allowed the girl to think about what to say upon arriving, but being serious was never her strong suit. Flirty, fun, and unpredictable were more suitable approaches, but the idea of turning any of these things into work bored her beyond words. This is going to be awkward, I bet, Mina said to herself, waiting in the elevator. Head high in the clouds blinded her actions, walking through the Kyoryuku agency's doors without saying hello. She couldn't remember how she got there, relying on a mental autopilot to guide her body here. The mischievous side of Mina made this a surprise visit, wanting to get the jump on her boyfriend. It was the only way she would go and talk to him without worry. Granted, it was more likely the boy would be out helping anyone in need, but she was willing to wait, if not to let the burning sensation on her back cool down. Opening the door, words of warning flew over her head as golden hair reflected the sunlight of an open window. There, Mirienre Kinpo was seen holding Izuku by the collar, her face romantically smug, almost snuggling against a freckled face as Mina gasped. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.